You are all one of the national anthem, and I'm going to call upon Fighter, the Deputy Chair of Metro Region, to come and lead us with the national anthem. And before, as he comes to the stage, I'm going to ask all the male fighters who are not wearing EFF beret to please take it off. And those who are wearing the EFF beret, you can have them on. So sizawuthandaza sikhuphe ishwangusha ebese libona liqhubeka apha. So on that note, over to you. Ndizawucela wonke umuntu aphakame ngesithozelo.
Gosisikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Kosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Kosisikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Kosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo sithiwo zamoya sithiwo zamoya sithiwo zamoya oyi ngcwele Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu ufeditherintshwari maswenye usibuluke Osibuluke murenas sithabasa Yesu sithabasa sa Afrika makube njalo kude kube ngunaphakade kude kube ngunapha makube njalo kude kube ngunaphakade kude kube ngunaphakade Mandla.
Sabulela, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you very much. Amandla. Ndingachithanga xesha ndizawuthi go through i-program yethu yanamhlanje. Eyokuqala, number one, way to be opening and welcoming. That has already been dealt with by myself. Inqanaba lethu lesibini izaba i-presentation of credentials by the DPS. Elesithathu, it's going to be the adoption of credentials, which is all of us, led by the PS. Number 5, it's going to be the rules and the procedures of the assembly, and that is going to be done by one of our CCT deployee. Elandelayo, it's going to be the message of support, which is going to be done by the EFF Student Command and others. Landelayo, it's going to be the keynote address, which is going to be done by the EFF officials. Landelayo, it's going to be the political report that will be done by the Provincial Chairperson, Commissar Melikaya Xhego. Landelayo, it's going to be the discussion of the political report, which is going to be done by all of us. Landelayo, it's going to be the organizational report, which is going to be done by the Provincial Secretary, Commissar Andrew Arnold. Landelayo, it's going to be the discussion of adoption of the organizational report, which is going to be done by all of us. Landelayo, it's going to be the treasure report, which is going to be done by the PT fighter Tembile class. And then Okokrebela, it's going to be the discussion and adoption of the treasure report by the Assembly. So I am now going to call upon the Deputy Provincial Secretary, Fighter Regis Snyders, to take us through the credentials so that we can be assured that we do correct to be in this assembly. Thank you very much.
Amanda, forward, EFF, forward. Forward, EFF, forward. Good evening, fighters. Greetings to our Secretary General, Commissar Marshal Dlamini, the convener of deployees, Commissar Godrich Kadi, the President of the EFF Student Command, Commissar Shisle Lonzi, Commissar Nolovuyo Tafeni, Commissar Makola, Commissar Teko Mafanyo, the PCT led by Commissar Melikaya Xhego, RCT members of the different regions, and special greetings to the loyal, radical, and militant ground forces of our beloved and sacred organization, the EFF. I present to you the credentials for the Economic Freedom Fighters, Western Cape 3rd Provincial People's Assembly. The Provincial Command Team, out of 16 PCT delegates expected, 14 are in attendance. Regional Command Teams, out of the 113 RCT delegates expected, 97 are in attendance and 16 are not in attendance. The breakdown of the regions are as follows. Cape Metro, RCT delegates expected, 20. RCT delegates in attendance, 18. RCT delegates not in attendance, 2. Cape Winelands, RCT delegates expected, 21. RCT delegates in attendance, 19. RCT delegates not in attendance, 2. Central Karoo, RCT delegates expected, 21. RCT delegates in attendance, 16. RCT delegates not in attendance is 5. Overberg, RCT delegates expected is 16. RCT delegates in attendance is 13. And RCT delegates not in attendance is 3. Southern Cape, RCT delegates expected is 18. RCT delegates in attendance is 17. And RCT delegates not in attendance is 1. West Coast, RCT delegates expected is 17. RCT delegates in attendance is 14. And RCT delegates not in attendance is 3. The total RCT delegates expected is 113. And the RCT delegates in attendance is 97. And RCT delegates not in attendance is 16. Branch delegates, out of the 736 branch delegates expected, 524 are in attendance and 212 are not in attendance. SG, the breakdown is as follows. Cape Metro, branch delegates expected, 210. Branch delegates in attendance, 170. Branch delegates not in attendance is 40. Cape Winelands, branch delegates expected is 186. Branch delegates in attendance is 126. Branch delegates not in attendance is 60. Central Karoo, branch delegates expected is 28. Branch delegates in attendance is 8. Branch delegates not in attendance is 20. Overberg, branch delegates expected is 72. Branch delegates in attendance is 47. Branch delegates not in attendance is 25. Southern Cape, branch delegates expected is 156. Branch delegates in attendance is 132. Branch delegates not in attendance is 24. West Coast, branch delegates expected is 84. Branch delegates in attendance is 41. Branch delegates not in attendance is 24. It's 43, sorry, it's 43. The total branch delegates expected is 736. The branch delegates in attendance is 524, and the branch delegates not in attendance is 212. The credentials of the voting delegates, SG, is as follows. The Provincial Command Team, expected delegates is 16, delegates in attendance is 14, delegates not in attendance is 2. Regional Command Teams, delegates expected is 113, delegates in attendance is 97, and delegates not in attendance is 16. The branch delegates expected is 736, delegates in attendance is 524, delegates not in attendance is 212. The total delegates in this conference is expected is 865. The total delegates in attendance is 635, and the delegates not in attendance is 230. The threshold for quorum is 605, that is 70%. Present is 635. So the plenary of voting delegates has reached a quorum and passed it by more than 30 delegates. And this represents 73% of delegates in attendance. Amandla! Amandla!
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary. So on the next item on our agenda is the adoption of credentials. And I'm going to ask two people who is going to be the mover and the seconder. And when you raise your hand, please introduce yourself and the region that you're coming from. Amandla. presentation of the credentials. So the next speaker on our program, it's going to be Commissar Noluvuyo Tafeni. She is going to take us through the rules and procedures of the Assembly. Commissar Noluvuyo, over to you.
Ngosi, Deputy Chairperson of the Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Province. Molweni fighters, Galenjigalanga. That is the Provincial People's Assembly rules and procedures. The first point, the normal rules of the EFF meetings procedure will apply with the following additions. Number one, only duly accredited delegates or these recognized by the steering committee will be allowed into plenary and commission session. Number two, all delegates will have the right to speak in plenary, and all duly accredited participants will have the right to speak in commissions. Number three, delegates wishing to speak must indicate their intention by raising their hands. Number four, the Assembly Chairperson will decide on orders of speakers and shall ensure that there shall be a spread of speakers. Number five, a delegate may speak in any official language. Number six, delegates will be allowed to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes in plenary session. Number seven, the Assembly Chairperson shall reduce or extend this period. Number eight, delegates will be allowed to speak only once during the plenary session on each topic. Number nine, each speaker, after being recognized by the chairperson of the session, will stand at the microphone provided on the floor and state his or her name and branch before speaking. Number 10, if the chairperson calls the speaker to order, the delegate will stop speaking until the chairperson authorized her or him to continue. It's number 12, on a point of order being raised, discussion shall be suspended to allow an intervention of not more than 1 minute. Thereafter, the chairperson will give his or her ruling. Number 13, all motions must be proposed and seconded before they are approved for discussions. Number 14, an exigent motion must be submitted in writing by the proposed and seconded to the steering committee. Number 15, the business shall be allowed to be discussed which does not arise out of the report or motion before assembly, unless agreed to by the steering committee. Number 16, no other point of intervention shall be allowed except those provided for in the rules of the assembly. Revolutionary Code of Discipline, in addition to the normal rules of the EFF Constitution and the Revolutionary Code of Discipline, failure to comply with the following additional rules will constitute a disciplinary offense. Delegates are expected to attend all sessions and commissions and to be punctual. Delegates must refrain from any behavior which will bring the EFF or the Provincial People's Assembly into disrepute. Documents distributed at the Assembly may be confidential, and delegates are not allowed to distribute such documents to the person who are not entitled to them. Any act of sexual harassment will be punishable. Delegates are expected to respect and obey the chairperson in all sessions and commissions. Delegates who disobey the instruction of the chairperson of the session will be removed from the assembly venue and have their accreditation tag confiscated. Any breach of discipline shall be reported to the steering committee, which shall bring such violation and to the attention of the assembly committee. EFF delegates shall not do the following. No one is allowed to bring weapons at the premises of the Provincial People's Assembly. No one is permitted to bring or drink alcohol at the premises of the Provincial People's Assembly. All alcohol will be confiscated and not returned to the owner. No one is permitted to enter assembly premises under the influence of or smelling alcohol and or the intoxicating substances. No one has permission to resort to violate act of any kind in the premises of the assembly. No one shall within the premises of the assembly act in a manner that expose others to harm or death. The one shall within the premises of the assembly act in a manner that provokes tension. No one shall act in a manner that undermines the procession of the assembly. No one shall within the premises of the assembly take off clothes to demonstrate anger or happiness of any kind whatsoever, or bring banners, posts, or placards in support or against any candidates. No one shall within the premises of the assembly behave a crowd and aggressive manner. No one shall within the premises of the assembly be permitted to convene a party to celebrate anything resolved at the assembly. No one within the premises of assembly shall behave in an abusive and disrespectful manner towards other delegates. No cars shall be bear or display any posters or materials in support or against any fighter. No T-shirt or posters displayed support for or against any fighter will be allowed in the Provincial People's Assembly. No one without assembly accreditation tag will be allowed in the premises of Provincial People's Assembly. No delegates shall be allowed to speak to the media about any issue in the assembly without the authorization by the assembly committee. No cell phones will be on during the proceeding of the assembly plenary session and commissions. No delegates will be allowed to sleep during the proceeding of the assembly plenary session and commissions. Rules of lobbying. All political and organizational preparations for the EFF provincial assemblies are regulated by the constitution of the EFF as well as the guidelines adopted by the relevant constitutional structure. The process seeks to ensure that all relevant structures, particularly the branches, are able to engage extensively in shaping the policy discussion and the political outcomes of any assembly in accordance with the mass and democratic character of our movement. The following should constitute wrongful lobbying practice and unacceptable ways of influencing the elections process. Singing of songs about preferred candidate is strictly prohibited. Writing boards, T-shirts, and any form of indication with names of candidates is strictly prohibited. Making and waving signs about candidate support or not supported by delegates is strictly prohibited. Raising and using funds and other resources to campaign for elections, strictly money to EFF members and structures as part of campaign for elections. Production of T-shirts, posters, and others paraphernalia to promote a particular list of candidates. Promising positions or other incentive or threatening to withhold such as a means of gaining support. Using the media to promote a particular list of candidates and to spread malicious rumors, falsehoods, or allegations against those with whom you disagree. Leaking confidential information to the media. Secret interaction with journalists with the intention to get them to write stories on internal organizational issues or communicating internal decision or process to the media without due authorization. Negative campaigning which relates to attack at the integrity of other fighters, both with the structures of the movement and in other forums. Suppressing honesty and legitimate debate about the caliber of candidates is informal meetings of the movement. Manipulating membership figures or engaging in fraudulent membership recruitment practice. Allowing structures or individuals to condone violation of constitutional provision and or regulations and or failing to report such violations when they occur. Using the office, resources, and staff of the EFF or any state institution or company as a machinery to promote a particular list of candidates. Using violence, intimidation, and threats to succor those who hold a different view. Setting up structures outside the organization to promote or lobby for a particular candidate. Convening meetings to discuss leadership issues under the pretext that they are organized constitutional structures. Production and distribution of documents and pamphlets not approved by the structure of the organization will not be allowed. In line with these rules, all members without exception must abide by the Constitution of the EFF, the rules and regulations and the Revolutionary Code of Discipline as adopted or amended from time to time, as well as all policies and decision properly adopted or made in terms of the Constitution. Accordingly, all EFF structures and members should ensure that these guidelines, rules and procedures are adhered to and enforced in the run-up to and at the Provincial People's Assembly. In particular, all lobbying that violated the EFF Constitution and brings the good names, image, and integrity of the EFF into disrupt will be subjected to a disciplinary inquiry in line with Constitution and Code of Conduct. Lobbying shall stop once the process of electing the new Provincial Command Team has been concluded at the Provincial People's Assembly. Once the new Provincial Command Team is elected, it becomes the duty of all EFF members to unite and rally behind the newly elected leadership, regardless of the preference we had before the elections. I thank you. Amanda!
Thank you very much, Commissar. Hopefully everyone has listened carefully and attentively with understanding. Sisiseko ke esi somgaqo esizawuhamba ngawo tonight. So the Commissar has outlined the rules of conference here too. The rules fighters were very loud and clear, and we expect all delegates to be compliant for the smooth running of this conference. If you are found to be non-compliant, you will be dealt with decisively. We do have EDORs in our midst, which is the defenders of the revolution. So make sure you are compliant, and we don't want anyone who will be sleeping in this conference. The next item on our agenda is the message of support, which is going to be taken over by the president of the Student Command, Commissar Fighter Sihle. Over to you.
Amandla Kawethu andiyazi noba nizawuyazi ke le bathi EFF Student Command awusofunda awungengane iyo ala awubathi EFF Student Command awusofunda awungengane iyo ala kwakalo alala iyo ala Akalo halala yo ala awalala 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 Manda away to long live the undying spirit of the EFF's Long Children Command. Long live. Long live Commissar Marshal, our SG. Long live. Without wasting any time, Secretary General, Convener of Deployees, PCT, RCT, and delegates. The EFF Students Command would like to thank the EFF for this opportunity. The EFF Students Command is a relative autonomous organization, which means that it's an integral component and force of economic freedom in our lifetime. It is for this reason that we draw our existence from the constitution of the EFF. The first non-negotiable principle of the EFF Students Command is the mobilization of young people behind the struggle for economic freedom as embodied by the founding manifesto of the EFF. In the month of July this year, the EFF Students Command set its National Students Assembly to elect its leaders and also deliberate on the struggle for free education and the ultimate emancipation of the black child. An important resolution of that conference was that one can never be a member of the EFF Students Command without being a member of the EFF. We took this resolution because students and youth must begin to take part and guide the national discourse. The EFF Students Command must lead the struggle to remove the ANC from power and replace it with the vanguard of the people, which is the EFF. Every Friday, the EFF Students Command is engaged in a program, #VotaMtomcha, to ensure that all young people in South Africa, all students are registered to vote so that come 2024, we begin to determine the politics of South Africa. We have a big task. We have a big task of centering the EFF as the only force to be reckoned with in this racist and unequal province of the Western Cape. We must refuse to succumb to naysayers and doomsayers who have given up on the organization and electoral growth of the EFF in the province of the Western Cape. We want to assure the leadership which enters that it will have the full support of the EFF Students Command in the province of the Western Cape. We will double the fire, we will double the intensity, and we will double the mobilization. The province of the Western Cape is up for grabs. Our people are beginning to wake up and see the DA and its racism and how it affects service delivery. Our people don't have jobs. Our people don't have houses. The youth of South Africa is drowning in drug and alcohol abuse, and gangsterism has engulfed our communities. So there is a vacuum of a progressive political leadership in the Western Cape. The EFF in the Western Cape must be able to close that gap so that we don't surrender our people to right-wing organizations, to tribal organizations, to regional organizations that want to divide our people in the politics of the Western Cape. Political education must be at the center, in closing, of the program of action. Our members must be capacitated to be able to spread the message of economic freedom. Political education must never be made to be an elite exercise. We must be able to speak in a language that the people understand, and we must be able to speak with them. Once again, the EFFSC is grateful for this platform. On behalf of the EFF Students Command, we wish this Provincial People's Assembly a great success. Engagement must be robust and respectful. As the young ones, we are always watching and wanting to learn from the EFF, which means that this is an opportunity for you to teach us as the future leaders of the EFF. You must teach us a culture that we are going to be able to use as a manual. This conference must be a political induction for members of the EFF Students' Command so that they can know how conferences of the EFF must be run. Amandla! Awetho! Thank you very much.
Siyabulela President of Student Command. Siyabulela ngomkhabulo. Thank you for the words of support. Fighters, now we are getting to an item where we are going to get one of our officials, our Secretary General, Commissar Marshal Dlamini, to be our keynote speaker. But before he comes on the podium, I'm going to ask Imvumi yethu yaseBhelembe uFighter Ntsikelelo to lead us with a song. Zawucela wonke umuntu aphakame sizophakamisa uSecretary General. Mandla.
Enopala tumela, enopala tumela, enopala tumela, tumela, tumela. Enopala tumela, enopala tumela, tumela. Enopala tumela, tumela, tum. Abanye abantu abastande tume, abanye abantu abasifune tume. Thina silwela le socialise, socialise. Abanye abantu abayithande tume. Abanye abantu abasifune tume. Thina silwela le socialise, socialise. Here leadership tumela tum. Leadership tumela tum. Leadership tumela tum. Tumela tum. Here tumela. Bawa wethu semasulweni ntiya ntiya igama lakhe malibonge emolo emolo ayibo ntiya ntiya emolo 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 emolo.
Engathi nikhathele nje singakaqali kusebenza. Senikhathele. Amandla. Amandla. So this is what's going to happen. We only meet in this meeting every 4 years. So we're going to sing because kunabantu that esebeqala ba irritated by umsebenzi we EFF. Senzela ukuthi laba umsebenzi we-EFF sekuyinto ebaphazamisayo in their spare time. Siwabona ngoba you can't be with us. We only meet in this meeting in 4 years. So if khona lapho uphuthuma khona, we want to release you because sizosebenza. So uma ngaba khona into ebalekile ngaphezulu kwe-EFF sizokubona namhlanje. Ngoba sonke sisuke la size emsebenzini we-EFF. Awusho fight.
Hayatona malanga, hayatona malanga, inizizi skulule, inizizi skulule, inizizi skulule, hayizizi skulu, hayatona malanga. Cuba, 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 Cuba. Aniniva, comrade, Aniniva, comrade. Hayatona malanga. Aniniva, comrade, Aniniva, comrade, Cuba. Hayatona malanga. Cuba, 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 Cuba.
Amanda. 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 Long live the Commander-in-Chief, long live. 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 Viva EFF, viva. Viva EFF, viva. Gina fighter, Gina. Gina fighter, Gina. Gina fighter, Gina. I saw me fight, I saw me. I saw me fight, I saw me. I saw me fight, I saw me. Amanda. Thank you very much. Deputy Chairperson of the province. Fighter Nosipos sharing this session for us. Let me take this opportunity to bullies to the CCT members as lapha ngaphakathi ezikhokhelwa ngukomisa uGodrich Gadi, our former Secretary General. The bullies inkokheli ze-province ezikhokhelwa ngusihlalo ukomisa uXhego. Ngibulise zonke inkokheli ezilapha ngaphakathi ezisuka wonke ama-region alapha e-Western Cape. Bese kokugqibela ndibulise the fighters and the ground forces of our revolutionary movement here in the Western Cape. Fighters, as I said, that we meet in meetings of this nature as guided by the Constitution of the EFF, that the Provincial People's Assembly must sit in every period after 4 years. We sit and we meet in this meeting to come and take stock. This is where esizakhona ke sizokhokha umoya. Sikhokha umoya and take stock, sibheke umsebenzi sesiwenzile sagqibela ukuhlangana in this way ngo-2018. Namhlanje sizohlangana futhi sigayidwe i-Constitution of the EFF. Iyona umgaqo sisekelo we-EFF othe namhlanje kufanele kube khona le meeting. Le meeting i-Central Command Team ekuyiyona yenze wonke ama-plans ya-decide even lo suku esihlangene ngalo. Ukuthi as fighters we must meet so that we can take stock, so that we can give reports. Ngoba mhla sihlangene in 2018, we took some resolutions. Sathi kule leadership ye-province, Provincial Command Team, okhokhelwa ngu-Chairperson, sabanikeza ukuthi sifuna niyokwenza le misebenzi in this province yase-Western Cape. We took resolutions. Namhlanje we must get reports. Ukuthi this PCT, nathi as the delegates of Western Cape, sithunywe ngama branch ukuthi asizohlangana namhlanje sibuye sizothatha i-report. Ngoba leadership is about accountability. If you are a leader and you don't account, you must know that you are a chance taker. Because as a leader, it does not matter how difficult it is, you must go back and give a report. To say from 2018, sasinikezwe lo msebenzi and sesisebenze kangaka. This is an opportunity for us as fighters of Western Cape to ask each other questions. And we must be honest with each other today. Because this is a meeting of the EFF, apho sathetha khona izinto ze-EFF. So all of you, njenganilapha as delegates, you are free to speak and ask questions and make contribution about this organization. Because we organize this meeting so that all the delegates from the meetings ebenawo ma-branchini baniphathise umphako ukuthi nifike nize on this conference and raise and deal with some issues. So this is your meeting. And no one is going to stop you from making contributions and asking questions on this meeting. Because this is your meeting. Because if you don't ask questions in this meeting, uzayobuza go Facebook and WhatsApp, and those are not structures of the EFF. This is a constitutional meeting of the EFF. But as Western Cape, we need to be honest and say, have we performed according to the expectations of the organization? Because if we are not honest amongst each other here, it means we're going to be lying to the thousands and hundreds of thousands of people here in this province of the Western Cape, lapho abathi themba lethu i-EFF. So we need to sit here and ask ourselves an important question. But we need to go back to the basics. Sizibuza ukuthi, who is sitting amongst us here? Are we this organization that our founding manifesto has said we should be? Because the founding manifesto, when it defines the EFF, it says it's a radical and a militant economic emancipation movement. It brings together the revolutionary and the fearless fighters. But it doesn't stop there. It says it brings together workers' movements. That's a question we need to respond on, Chairperson of the province. Do we have workers' movements as prescribed by our constitution, which is the law of the EFF? Do we have workers' movements amongst us? Do we have non-governmental organizations amongst us? Do we have community-based organizations amongst us? Because that's what the founding manifesto of the EFF It says it brings all these, including lobby groups, under the umbrella in persuasion for economic freedom in our lifetime. Is that what we have here in Western Cape? Can we stand here in Western Cape and say, abahlali basemjondolo apha Western Cape, they are part of this organization? As part of the non-governmental organization as corner Upper Cape Metro. Do we know abahlali basemjondolo? Do we speak to them? Are they part of this organization that the Constitution, it says we must bring all these different bodies together? Because it doesn't say it must be me and you. It says, let's bring these organizations together. Do we have lobby groups amongst ourselves as it is prescribed by the Constitution of the EFF? Do we have those? Do we have grassroots movements that are coming from our communities? Those organized farm workers, are they part of this organization? Have we ever seen them? Sake sahlangana nabo to understand what are their challenges in the farms where they are working. Because if we don't do that, we're going to end up having an organization that is not what is prescribed on the founding manifesto. We're going to have a different organization. Because if we don't have all these different bodies that the founding manifesto of the EFF says they must form that umbrella that is going to fight for economic freedom in our lifetime, it means we've got a different EFF here in Western Cape. It means we've got a different EFF. So we must ask those questions when we meet in commissions. To say fighters of Overberg, which NGO that we work with? Which community-based organization that we have engaged with as fighters of Cape Metro? Which lobby group as fighters of Southern Cape that we're saying we are speaking to this lobby group because the Constitution of the EFF, that's what it guides us. Do we have these people amongst us? Do we have these groups? Or we've got an organization of opportunists and job seekers. All of us who are here because we think there's an opportunity to get a job in the EFF. Those are the questions that we need to deal with. We need to go back to the basics. Because the reports that we have, as things stand now, here in the Western Cape, I don't think Commissioner SG was speaking to these groups. I've never seen them. I always see fighters moving one by one. The results that we are getting here in Western Cape, they are a demonstration that no one knows about us here in the Western Cape. Those that had hope when they saw us going to Soweto in 2013 to say we are going to found a new vanguard movement that is going to be on the side of the people, that is going to make sure that it fights unjust laws, that is going to make sure that it is a vanguard and is going to protect and fight side to side with our oppressed and exploited people here in Western Cape. Those dreams, they are disappearing. Because they saw you when you left here in 2013 going to Soweto to say we're going to be part of this movement, and change is coming in Western Cape. Has that change arrived in Western Cape? Do our people here in Shacks, Khayelitsha, and everywhere know about the EFF? Do our people who every winter here in Western Cape that live in Shacks bayazi ukuthi imikhukhu yabo izasha insama imikhukhu yabo ihamba namanzi? Do they know that there's EFF in Western Cape? Are we those activists? Or we just sit amongst ourselves? They just see us moving up and down with our overalls and singing songs, but we are not grounded within our communities. We are a protest movement. That's what our manifesto is saying. It's saying we are a protest movement. Today we must ask yourself, each and every one, and what is good about you fighters of Western Cape, you like social media. So all of you, you got pictures with your parades, with your overalls. So we must go to the archives and say, as a fighter and a leader of a protest movement, is there ever a protest in the last 4 years that was led by me? Because if you are a leader and a fighter, and you are saying I represent a protest movement, and 4 years down the line, you've never led a protest, even in your own street, and then who are you? In your own street where the sewer is running every day and unattended, where the houses are flooding every day, where there's no electricity, where our people in the farms are being treated like pigs, and you've never led a protest, and you claim to be an activist and a ground force of the EFF. Who are you? You must go to the archives. Is there a picture about only the protest of 4 people? Do we have an organization here in Western Cape? Do we have an organization in Western Cape that is grounded in the founding documents of this organization? Are we within our communities? You know, in 2020, when we said, when cliques, they did that advert where they're undermining the hair of black women. Umkhombandlela waphuma from the head office ukuthi we are closing all clique shops. And that was a test. Ukuthi, do we have an organization? And we're proven wrong here in Western Cape. We're proven wrong here in Western Cape because some of the clique shops were open here in Western Cape. The leadership that was arrested the most all over the country was the leadership of Western Cape. Not because the police of Western Cape, they're a special breed, as opposed to police of Gauteng and KZN, because there's no organization. You had to go yourselves as an individual. When the EFF has said the basic unit of this organization are the branches. The branches were not there to respond to the clarion call. You had to go and do it yourself. Some of you, because you listen to sound bites, they were even on social media calling you heroes. Say, hey, the fighter is a hero. Hey, uvele wayokuvala click sehambe yedwa. Some of us, we knew that these are fanatics and chance takers who are not grounded within the organization because they were on a suicidal mission. Where was the defenders of the revolution? Where were the branches to be side by side with you to go and make sure that you execute the task of the organization? You thought you were a hero because you went alone and you went on a suicidal mission. Because you were on a suicidal mission. That's why they arrested you. Because even Amapoisa, they were like, aye, we know the revolutionary movement. It's supposed to be shaping and working in this way. But these ones are chance takers, let's arrest them. Because even the police are part of this organization. They said, we're not going to allow people who are pretending to be leaders of our organization in Western Cape. Let's expose them for who they are, because they don't have the masses behind them. They are the individuals who are self-seeking and pretending to be leading this organization. Let us arrest them and put them in prison. Because if we had an organization as what the Constitution of the EFF is saying, that we must have basic units of the EFF which are branches, you are not going to be arrested alone. So the police, they were defending the dignity of this organization in a painful way when they arrested you. We should have not even responded to your calls and said, no, you must keep them there. Because they were asking a question, why are you alone? Why do you call yourself a branch chairperson and you are alone? Where are the masses behind you? Where are the members of the EFF? Because the clarion call The Commander-in-Chief has given a clarion call. Where are the members of the EFF? That you always give us documents and saying, we are leaders, leadership, say a leader, but when that clarion call has been made, you are found alone. Because you have decided that this is about you. You have forgotten the owners of this organization. We need, in this conference, to go back to the principles of the EFF. What is the EFF? What does it say about the leadership of the EFF? What does it say about the leadership of the EFF? Our constitution is very clear about the leadership of the EFF. It says the leadership of the EFF, they are elected transparently and democratically. Transparently, it means we elect leadership of the EFF. Do we do that in our branches? Do we go and elect leaders? Or as if we've got a branch in Western Cape. Do we have those branches? Can we go and touch those members and say they are here? These are the leaders and these are the ground forces of the EFF. Because we must have that honest discussion. If we don't have that honest discussion, you must know that this weekend we are engaged in a process of betraying those that continue to be oppressed and undermined and exploited here in Western Cape. Because you must know this is not about me and you. It's about those that every time they see a red beret here in Western Cape, Bati Tembali Corner, Ksasa is going to be another day. Ksasa, we're going to see real freedom here in Western Cape. Because the lives of our people here in Western Cape, they've not changed. To them, even 1994 has never arrived here in Western Cape. In the farms, they still get exploited. Some of them, they are still even getting paid by alcohol in the farms where they are working. Here in the townships, our people, they live in squalor. They live and there are there that no one, any human being would not want to live in that way. And they've got a timber on this organization. Do we have those kind of branches? Do we have branches that are compliant with the constitution of the EFF? The constitution of the EFF, it says, a BCT, branch command team, must meet each and every fortnight to deal with the issues of a branch, take reports, deal with the program of action. Gabama BCT way to Aya, Shalana every fortnight. Today we've got branch secretaries here. You finish a term, you've been elected again. You may not know branching, but you've never written minutes because there's never been a BCT that sits every fortnight. Regional leaders, regional secretaries, they are here. They can stand here and tell me that they've ever seen minutes coming from branches. Because a branch that sits every fortnight, it means there's going to be minutes to give reports on saying, this is the work that we have done. So that when we hand over this work, we know that there are archives and the work of the organization has been done. Are we doing that? Do we have chairpersons who are in our branches on a daily basis and making sure that there's a clear program of action in our branches and convene structures and make sure that our branches are engaged and fighting and make sure that they are defending the struggles of our communities on a daily basis? Do we have those branches, branch chairpersons? Some of you are here. So we must have that honest discussion and say, as a branch chairperson, when last in my own ward, esake ama issues of the community. Every day we are being told that, no, sekbekhona rape enzekile in my own ward, but our branch chairperson has never been there. Every day we are being told that abantwana baya ngesikolweni ngoba umalume beba drive uhambe hodla utshwala wadakwa at some stage wenza even accident, but you've never even went to confront umalume to say malume drive abantwana bethu base crash. What kind of behavior is this that every day unxilile and driving our children? Do we know how many houses? How many people in our communities who don't have ID documents when we're supposed to be activists that are grounded within the communities? We need to have that discussion. That's what we're here for, to deal with those issues. Do we take mandates? Because the principles of the EFF, it says we must take mandates, we must be accountable, and we must report. You know, these people of media, they always like saying that our president is a dictator. And I'm saying, I wish they know that our president is a Democrat and a constitutionalist. Because if he was a dictator, especially here in Western Cape, I wish he had those powers of just being a dictator. Because the organization has given you a mandate. And Western Cape EFF, you are not complying with the mandates of the organization. We are seated here. On the 19th of February, you were given a mandate to go and recruit 1 million members. You go and recruit members towards the 1 million membership target of the EFF. Western Cape, as we are seated here, all of you branches of the Western Cape, you have not met your target. It means you are not accounting and you are not delivering on the mandates of the organization. You are seated here as the worst performing province when it comes to the 1 million membership recruitment. So who are you representing? Which organization are you listening to? Which mandate of which leadership are you taking when the leadership said, go down to recruitment, and you don't do that? So who are you taking the mandate from? Because the Central Command team said to you, you must go and recruit members to join the EFF towards a 1 million campaign that the EFF is engaged on this year, 2022. And all seated here, all of you, all these branches, all of you, none of you is on target because you are busy with something else. That's why I'm saying, I wish this time around media, all this accusation you've been making to President saying he's a dictator. Still, when the conference of Western Cape, I said, I wish this thing of being a dictator may come on. If you and I can't be a dictator, I wish as a Secretary General I was given that opportunity to be a dictator, because I would have not agreed for this conference of the Western Cape to sit. Because we are sitting on what basis when you are not complying with the mandate of the organization? You are representing which branches that you are not working and presiding on. Because if you are presiding on our branches, you shouldn't be having a backlog, because the principles of the EFF talks about mandates and delivering on those mandates within the required time, and you have not done that. And then we must sit here and say all is well. All is not well. When we are going to those commissions, you must speak as branches of the Western Cape and saying, what kind of an organization are we building that is not complying and not meeting the targets and the mandate of this organization? We need to ask those questions. We need to deal with that. Are we disciplined fighters here in the Western Cape? Are we disciplined fighters? Because discipline in a revolution, it means hard work. Nothing else. You can say whatever you want to say and say, I'm the most disciplined fighter. You know, mina nase branching, I'm kuluming yazitulela. I'm very quiet, I'm very disciplined. As long as you are lazy and you are not doing the work of the organization, you must know that you are the most ill-disciplined member of the EFF. Because ill-discipline in the EFF is when you are not doing the work of the organization. Stop writing us letters and telling us that, no, you know, SG, I'm the most committed fighter of the EFF. I'm even prepared to die for the EFF. Wait about dying. Can you go and do recruitment first? Sujahela into ezokuxaka. Ngoba uzophuma umkhomandlela where there's a threat of dying and you won't be there. So stop telling us that you love EFF and these members are destroying the EFF. You are the only lone voice in your ward who can do everything for the EFF, but the ward is not performing. Just go and do the work of the EFF. That's the only way you're going to tell us who you are. Don't tell us what you have done. Just show us what you have done as a fighter and a leader. We need leadership. We need ground forces who are doing the work of the organization. That's what discipline is about. Anything else, it's a by the way. Anything else is a by the way. Discipline that we are looking for is for you to go and do the work of the organization and deliver on the mandates of the organization. You must be loyal to the organization. And loyalty to this organization, again, is hard work. Not your stories. I'm too loyal to this organization. Imini fighter lokale la thengi barret. Imini fighter lokala la West Coast la overall. So what do we do with that? Funa sikrifane mali overall. Because you are not building the structures of the EFF. You are not recruiting and building a strong organization here in the Western Cape. You are telling us about your loyalty. Don't tell us about your loyalty. Show us your loyalty through doing the work of the organization. That's the loyalty that we're looking for. Anything else is storytelling. We don't want storytellers. We want activists. We want ground forces. The Second National People's Assembly, it met on the organizational redesign. And then it resolved on the issues, what is an ideal branch of the EFF? What is an ideal region of the EFF? What is an ideal province of the EFF? We need to talk about that when we're taking stock today. Do we have an ideal province of the EFF? Do we have an individual and collective leadership that have got the capacity to lead the people of Western Cape in the PCT of the EFF here in Western Cape? Do we have individuals who understand the founding manifesto and all the documents and the principles and the non-negotiable, not cardinal pillars of the EFF at a branch level, at a regional level? Do we have the capacity amongst us? Because that's an ideal province of the EFF. It says you must have a capacity. Each and every leader of the PCT must have a capacity of going to deployment on their own, using their own resources without seeking external assistance. Do we have those PCTs? Or you are gathered here today to be elected on PCT. Tomorrow we say to you, go to Central Karoo. The next story you're going to tell us you don't have money. I'm unemployed, so I can't go to my deployment. Because that's not what the Second National People's Assembly said. It's an ideal, resolved on an ideal province of the EFF. Says it must have individual PCT, the whole 25 battalion, not officials, that have got capacity to go to deployment, that capacity to go and lead our people in communities. You've got PCTs who don't go to deployment. They are available to lead. And then when they are leading, they are telling us the province is vast. Some of them, they want to blackmail us and delay the revolution on the basis that they are unemployed. Fighters, we're not going to listen to any excuse. There's no excuse that we're going to accept on not doing the work of the organization, including your unemployment. Because if you're going to be that selfish and want to lead the organization because you are unemployed, because you think being in a PCT is a shortcut to get a job, you must know now that a PCT does not provide any jobs. We want leaders. We want leaders that are going to lead our people. We want leaders that are going to lead our people all over the province. We want leaders that are going to go to the length and the breadth of this province, go to the farms and service our people. We don't want leaders who behave like staff members. We are a treasure of a branch. We are a treasure of a region. An ideal region of the EFF must have the capacity to fundraise resources so that it can transport the membership of the EFF to attend branch programs, regional programs, provincial programs, national programs without seeking assistance from the head office. You're saying, no, I'm a treasure of a branch. And then we say to you, no, there must be a rally. Where is the treasure of a branch? No, he's busy running and getting quotations. Where is the regional treasure? To go and make sure that the members of the EFF, they are organized as what the Second National People's Assembly resolved on. No, the regional treasure is busy with quotations. Where is the provincial treasure? Quotations. Are you a leader or you're a staff member? Because quotations are for staff members. They are staff members of the EFF. Those are the ones who must get quotations. Yourselves, you must be leaders. And leadership, it means you must provide solutions. Are you an activist of the EFF? Are you an ideal activist of the EFF? Are you an all-rounder? Do they even know you in your own community that in our street we've got an activist of the EFF? Or they don't even know you? Because some of you, your families, they don't know that you are EFF, by the way. Because when we do this Red Friday, we go to a busy area in the afternoon and we do Red Friday there. And then your families, banbole bebuye town, as a miss moto. And you now, Marshal, got to EFF. Your own mother, your own sister. And then you stand here in these meetings and you mislead us when we go to elections. The organization, they give you resources. You come and make noise here and say, I want to be a councillor candidate. I want to be a councillor candidate. When we speak and say, why do you want to be a councillor candidate? You say to us, no, don't worry, SG. The ground is fertile in my ward. I've done the work in my own ward. At that time, you can't even win at home. Leave winning a ward. Because people of your ward, they don't know you. We say, okay, let's go and do elections in a VT. We know you lose a VT because the people in your VT, they don't know you. We say, let's go and do elections in your street. IEC, can you put a ballot box here? We've got an activist. You lose elections. Because people in your street, they don't know that you are a ground force and an activist of the EFF in your own street. We say, okay, let's leave that one. Let's go inside your house. Family. No, 5. Okay, no problem. Let's put a ballot box, secret ballot, let's do elections. You are representing EFF. 4 members, they vote DA, 1 at home, in your own house. But you come here and say to us, the ground is fertile. Because you are a fanatic, because you are lazy, because you are weak, because you are a coward. You don't do the work of the EFF. You don't do the work of the EFF. You think this organization is something that when you are bored, let me go and pass time. You will lose elections in your own houses. Some of you I know. So a charity should be 20. That's not a vote in that yard. There are going to be 19 votes for good and 1 vote for EFF. But we've got a councillor candidate and someone who's been making noise and writing letters to us and saying I've been an activist since 2013. Because no one knows you. You don't do the work of the EFF. So we need to have those discussions as we are seated here, as fighters, as we move back. Who are leading our branches? Do we have kings and queens now who have assumed that status in leading our branches Every time we say to you, go to a PGA, go to a PPA, and go and elect delegates, because you are weak, because you like things, they buy you with alcohol and KFC to go and launch our branches in their own houses. And then you elect them as chairpersons and secretaries and destroying our organization, because you can't speak to them and tell them that thank you for the KFC. Let's go to the ground and build this organization. You have sold the hopes of our people in this province. And everything that you are saying, it has been proven here in Western Cape. We came from the elections now in 2021. Elections of 2021 here in the Western Cape. Out of over 30 municipalities, 16 municipalities, 16 today they sit in a meeting. Racists, thieves and thugs, they sit in a meeting and decide about the future of our people. There's not even one voice of the EFF in those meetings, but we're told that there are leaders and activists of the EFF in those regions, and those sub-regions, we don't even have one councillor in 16 municipalities. We must be honest with each other. It can't be. 2016, people, they came and voted for you in Western Cape. Over 2,000 of those people in 2021, they said, we'll never make that mistake again. We thought we've got leaders. We thought we've got activists. We thought we've got people that are going to fight for our problems and challenges in our communities, only to find opportunists. Those that they want to hijack our community struggles, they are nowhere to be found. With us, when we are being shot and evicted by the police of the DA in Western Cape, activists of the EFF are nowhere to be found. That's why they rejected us. Because they never signed any contract. They said, we'll only vote for you when you are loyal to us. And loyalty, it means you're going to fight side by side with us. We don't want supervisors. We've taken a position of being supervisors. Our communities, we have deserted them. Some of you are even becoming criminals because you saw this organization as an opportunity of making money. Because life has defeated you on everything that you tried. You want to use this organization as a shortcut to go and make money. Here in Cape Metro, the EFF, it gives a command, because our people here in Cape Metro, they don't have access to land. The DA here, the racist DA, they've got so much land here, but it's refusing to give it to our people. It's keeping that land for white people. The EFF says, when you see a nice piece of land, go and mobilize community, make sure that you give our people pieces of land. But the fighters of Cape Metro here, they go and occupy land as a group of criminals seated amongst us here. They go and occupy land. They go bona, Bauma stand. They are capitalists now. Stand. And then they go and terrorize the same community that was there when they were occupying land. They go and sell stands within the same communities because we have been infiltrated by criminals within our movement. We're going to clean it. Because there's no directive that is coming from the head office that says when you're occupying land as a fighter, you go and take that land. You even establish committees. Some of you, the way you are so heartless, you sell a stand to this gogo ofuna indawo yokuhlala. Athi ugogo esawuzama ukuqokelela izinto zokwakhe useyabuya istand sakhe sosithengisela omunye umuntu. Naye nayithi uyabuya lezinto zokwakha istand sesona abantu abawu4 and EFF members, they are a committee that have taken that money. We know all of you one by one. And let me tell you, we're not going to waste time with you. Criminals, we've got zero patience with them. You think we got time to be writing letters to you, Engati, or girlfriend and boyfriend? Yeah, explain this thing. Once we know that you are involved in criminality of selling stands here in Cape Metro, you must know that we're going to expel you without any process. You must just leave the EFF. Because we don't have time for people like that. We don't have time for people like that. We must argue for 6 months. When the community is saying, we were mobilized, we were here, we made sure that we've occupied land, but they formed a committee. They are saying they are a committee and they are selling stands amongst us. And you even make our people to fight and kill each other because you go and take this money. When they come back, they fight for the same stands. That's how heartless you are. This is a revolutionary movement. This is a vanguard movement. It's not a place of chance takers. It's not a place of pickpocketers. Because you are just a pickpocketer moving around and dropping our people. We need fighters. We need leaders that are going to stand up for our own communities in Western Cape. This is the home of racism. This is a province of racism here in Western Cape. Our people, they are being ill-treated, starting from here in Cape Metro, all the way to Southern Cape and Central Karoo. Racism has found its home here in Western Cape, and the EFF is nowhere to be found. We need fearless fighters who don't flirt with racists. We need those who are not scared of racists. We need fighters that know that racism is a crime. They must know that racism must never be tolerated. We need fighters who don't shake when they are being confronted by racists. We need fighters who don't cower when they are confronted by racists. We need fighters who, when racists approach them with violence, they respond with violence. We need fighters who, when the racists threaten to take their lives, they take lives of the racists, because we must never live side by side with racists. They are even managing us here in Western Cape because they're trying to manage our revolution, that our revolution must become a church. Now and again we are told that no, Rupert there in Stellenbosch, he went to some community to build a clinic. Sasa niyatshelwa no, Rupert uthatha abantwana abangaka ubakhokhele university. No, Galiamini siyatshela ukuthi the Oppenheimers, they've built a library in some community. They remain white monopoly capitalists. They remain in the forefront of economic exclusion of majority of our people in this country. We must never flirt with them. When they do those small things as if it's community project, they do that with a simple intention to make sure that our revolution is not dangerous for them. We must make sure that we keep our revolution dangerous for the white monopoly capital, dangerous for the racists. We must make sure that we do that on a daily basis. This side, they're donating a clinic. This side, they are busy oppressing our parents in the farms. This side, they are busy, we are told that no, they are doing a soup kitchen. This side, they are busy shooting at our brothers and sisters and say we thought it's a monkey. Because they want to manage us. We must attend to them, fighters of Western Cape. When you hear that, no, the Ruperts, they went to donate a clinic. The next day, we are occupying his farm. That's how we must treat them. When you hear that, today they came to this community, they are doing a soup kitchen. The following day, we are closing their factories and demand proper living wage for our parents, our mothers who are working on those farms. We must not give them a break. We must know that we know your tricks. You can play those tricks with the ANC, not with us. We know exactly who you are. 72% of land is still in the white hands. Land occupation program must continue in the Western Cape. This Cape Metro must start moving towards Stellenbosch. By the time we come back here in 4 years, Cape Metro and Stellenbosch, there must be one street, and we must walk because all that land belongs to us. No land must be left unattended there. We need to build a strong organization. We need to prepare ourselves for elections. We need to go into this meeting. We need to go into commissions and talk about how we're going to fight elections. We need to make sure that as we live here, we go back to the branches and go and build branches that are going to exist each and in the whole ward. They must exist each and every VT. They must exist each and every street. They must exist each and every shipping, each and every church, each and every stockfell, everywhere else. There must be an EFF activist that is going to be found there. That's the EFF we must build as we're preparing to go for 2024. We must have an honest discussion. Fighters, it's time that we must take this organization back to its owners. We must take this organization back to its owners. Job seekers and opportunists and lazy people and liars, they must never be in charge of organization. We must take this organization to its rightful owners. Those that said our founding manifesto, who are the motive forces of this revolution? The landless masses of our people here in Western Cape are the owners of this organization. The homeless are the owners of this organization. The unemployed are the owners of this organization. The security guards, patrol attendants, farm workers, domestic workers are the owners of this organization. Let us take our organization back to its rightful owners. Those are the owners of this organization. Amanda! 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. In fact, the Secretary General has spoken, fighters. Now it is the time for the Provincial Chairperson to respond and take us through the organizational report and share with us political report, my apologies, and share with us the work that has been done under the term in question. I hope all of us have taken stock of what the SG has mentioned here, and will definitely go back to our respective branches and rebuild the organization as he has alluded, because we are failing our people who regard EFF as their last hope. We need to go and change the lives of our people. Siyabulela SG with your honest criticism. So, Ngalomzuzu, I'm going to hand over to the chairperson of the province to take us through the organizational report. Amandla. Ndizawucela nje ingoma while we are distributing a report. My sincere apologies. Besine challenge before yombane. So a report will be circulated as we are singing while the chairperson is taking the stand to share with us the report. A report yes as fighters.
Esaskate sekama pranje sengalale busuku bungiko. Esaskate sekama pranje sengalale busuku bungiko. Wena ubungiko, ubungiko, ubulele. Ebu wena ubungiko, ubungiko, ubulele. Ubungiko, ubulele chono. Egunjenje, gungenayamo. kungenxa yami. Shaya mahululu, amahululu, ehololu. Ete shaya mahululu, amahululu, enoyegat. Ebumbolun bolegen espamo, sotobolo mandele pogesendit. Ebun kelun bolegen espam, sotobolo mandele pogesendit. It is Sayama Ululu, Ama Ululu.
Mandla, Mandla, Viva EFF, Viva, Viva EFF, Viva, Viva Central Karoo, Viva, Viva Southern Cape, Viva, Viva Overberg, Viva, Viva West Coast, Viva, Viva Cape Winelands, Viva, Viva Cape Metro, Viva, Viva the Student Command, Viva, Amanda. Thank you very much. To the national officials present here today, led by Commissar, the Secretary General, Commissar Marshal Dlamini, the CCT employees who came to officiate our third Provincial People's Assembly, the PCT members led by Commissar Andrew Arnold, the EFF Student Command Provincial Leadership, the regional command teams from our different regions of the Western Cape, and most of all our delegates that come from the branches of the EFF in the Western Cape, who are here to deliver this Provincial People's Assembly on behalf of the members of the EFF. Allow us to give warm revolutionary greetings to our third Provincial People's Assembly of the Western Cape. We are gathered here, commissars and fighters, to take stock of the four-year term since our election on the 22nd of September 2018 in Zwelihle Primary School in Hermanas in the Overstrand sub-region of Overberg. Since our election in 2018, we have traveled such a bumpy road till this far. We had a number of milestones, achievements, and setbacks. Regardless of that, none dare compel us to retreat from the historic mission of striving towards economic emancipation in our lifetime. As we assemble here, fighters and commissars, the Democratic Alliance-led government in the Western Cape is in serious crisis of internal fighting that is shown by pursuing of black leaders by their white counterparts, something we need to take advantage of and take the war to their doorsteps with all the energy that we possess. This has happened through elimination of black MECs and recently their speakers, while their white counterparts are allowed to get away with such murder. We need to take the war to the doorstep of the enemy. The energy that we possess, we need to finish it fighting with the enemy. Equally so, we recall and reflect on some of the significant moments that taught us never to forget the cause of freedom, and most importantly, never to forsake the vulnerable, the destitute, voiceless masses of our people in the racist province of the Western Cape, where in the eyes of the governing party, Africans are regarded as refugees. In recollection of such, we wish to highlight and note the following role played by the Leadership Collective in the fight against the persecution of black learners in Maluti High School in the area of Mfuleni in the Cape Metro, who were subjected to cutting their afro hair because it was referred to as unacceptable to the eyes of the racist school. Thanks to the intervention made by the EFF that led not only to the withdrawal of such a racist instruction, but also to the public apology and the decision to fire the principal that gave such a racist instruction. It is during this term under review where the EFF led a campaign against Johan Steyn, who drove over a black security guard by the name of Mzwanele Velem in Stellenbosch, who was later convicted under the immense pressure from the EFF that alerted the world about that racist incident. Among other things and incidents handled by this leadership collective are those such as Milnerton High School, where a black learner was made to bow in front of white learners. The Fredenberg High School in Saldanha, where racism was rife, and as well as Brackenfell High School. It was under this leadership collective that we have dealt with the racism head-on in the Western Cape. All these would have been easily tackled by the collective of EFF Student Command and its mother body, working as a collective and moving forward. The two need to work hand in glove to eradicate racism and any other form of exclusion in the education sector. Among other issues that left historic milestones in the journey the EFF Western Cape traveled was our taking of the fight to the doorsteps of the employers who exploited our people. Invading the shop floor space started in the Western Cape, way before the labor desk was established. Having fought against farm evictions in the Cape Winelands area of Drakenstein, led by the late Xoliswa Jonas, who served as a member of this PCT and a councillor in the Drakenstein municipality. The EFF in the Western Cape went further to champion workers' struggles during the hard lockdown, advocating for the provision of PPEs, fighting against unfair dismissals, retrenchments, and unfair and failure to pay the TERS compensation money that was claimed on behalf of the workers. As a result of this hard-earned glory, where many of our public representatives risked their lives and were infected and affected by COVID-19, and of which, as a result of some, fell along the way. They died fighting for our people. They died of COVID-19, fighting for our people, risking their lives. We have taken our heads in salutation of these giants who were found in the forefront of fighting for the dignity of our vulnerable masses. Even if it meant that they would lose their lives, most of all, we appreciate the efforts that was made by these fighters, and their contribution has not gone unnoticed by our principals, as it was mentioned by the Commander-in-Chief during the May Day celebration speech in 2020, where the EFF declared the establishment of the labor desk. This is a collective victory, not an individual one, that all should take credit for, especially ground forces of the EFF, who risk their lives going around accompanying public representatives of the EFF, confronting employers on behalf of the exploited masses of our people. It is during this term when EFF in the Western Cape stood firm against evictions of our people in all informal settlements, in the likes of Juju Square, in Vredendal, in Khayelitsha, in Mfuleni, in Kraaifontein, in Delft, in New Valley, in George, and many other informal settlements in our province. Again, as a result of this collective effort, we saw our national leadership intervening with the legal assistance to save our vulnerable people from the iron fist of the Democratic Alliance government, coupled with the support of the confused African National Congress councillors who were in the forefront of evicting our people. For that, we thank our national leadership for saving lives of our people and ensuring that during the struggle for the return of the land to its rightful owners, our people hold on to the little bit they have that they refer to as a place called home. Fighters, without you having taken the forefront of the picket lines, our people would have been homeless. But thanks to your waving of the red flag in these community struggles, seeing a red beret in all of them, for that we say thanks to you very much. Your contribution has not gone unnoticed. It is because of the EFF that we saw a DA-sponsored hardfall emerging to compete with our struggle, pursuing a racist agenda against African people of the Western Cape. We saw the likes of Steve Hofmeyer and others encouraging our black brothers how much they need to express their hatred for Africans. It wasn't long that we engaged the leaders of Hardfall, and since then, wheels have turned to abandonment of such a racist stance against Africans. Then, the Cape Colored Congress was revived, which today serves side by side with the EFF in a number of councils in our province, exercising some kind of cooperation and tolerance. Fighters, our report would be incomplete without mentioning the role played by the EFF Gender Desk, once led by the Deputy Chairperson, Fighter Nosipo Makamba Pocha, and other leaders from different regions of our province. We remember the sad loss of Uinene Mkhwetjan and many others who fell victim to cruel men of our society that thought they were entitled to the ownership of women. It is indeed the likes of Fighter Nosipo Makamba Pocha, Nowetu Mdleleni, Zimkita Ntsele, Fighter 14, Sinazo Charlie, and many others who continue to inspire more victims of gender-based violence and femicide to come forward and further created awareness of women to avoid falling victims of gender-based violence. This we say here with sadness, knowing that even among us, we have those who continue to insult and harass, politically blackmail our women in order for them to retreat from leadership race within our movement. We need to say it without fear of contradiction, that in most cases, even women are also used by men to bring fellow women down in order for men to emerge without contestation. It's a terrible disease that we ought to eradicate from its inception. Cut its ugly head and feed it to the dogs. Because women, just like men, are eligible to nomination, contestation, and ultimately leadership of our organization. In essence, comrades, as the grandchildren of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, we can never be counted among those who contributed to the destruction of women leadership in our lifetime. It cannot be that those who claim to be inspired by the role played by Mama Winnie's legacy and yet use all those dirty tactics that were used against our stalwart who served as our political inspiration. We have received reports, comrades, of how many women fighters were eliminated coming here by excluding their membership status from the database in order for them not to be members in good standing. This is done for men to stand uncontested because they fear power of women. To those cowards, we say, never shall you stand before the dream whose time has come. Such political short-sightedness will not only kill the EFF, but will subject us to be led by useless men with no political content and not adding any value to the struggle for economic emancipation. The EFF must never be subjected to the same category as the African National Congress, because it is the only alternative that will and must take over from the African National Congress government. Fighters, we congratulate the EFF Student Command for having held its second PPA in this province. With elected leadership, we hope that there shall be no registration in any institution of higher learning without the desk of the EFF Student Command. To you, comrades, we gave a living organization with firm foundation, solid as a rock. We are inspired by your election victories that you attain on your own without the mother body claiming no unwarranted easy victory. Your victories are yours, and no one should ever dare try to claim it. To you, we must appeal that never again should there be a struggle of a black child like it has happened in Stellenbosch University without the red beret fighting against a white student who urinated over the belongings of a black child. It happened. That story, that was all over globally. There was no EFF Student Command seen in the forefront. It took the national leadership of the EFF Student Command to be seen there. But physically, the EFF Student Command was missing. We must take that as a lesson. No other such experience should be experienced with the EFF Student Command existing. Under the term under review, we have held 2 elections, national and local government. As much as we can note a slight growth in 2019, but politically, we have nothing to celebrate about 2021 local government elections. The organizational report will talk volume on this, but it is worth reflecting that in 2021, we could have done better if we put our individual personal interests aside and should have put the EFF first. Something we need to deliberate deeper. During the commissions in paving a way forward. As much as these elections came immediately after the branch, the launch of regional assemblies that left our structures more fractured than strong. But it talks a lot about the reality faced by the EFF when it looked at the results of the very same wards that have elected BCTs that failed to acquire results just to meet the 100 membership requirement of establishing the branch of the EFF. Nonetheless, efforts made by the EFF public representatives that tried at all costs to pursue both the provincial and local government manifestos as mandated by the organization. The GTU report in the organizational report will detail some of the highlights of these efforts. To mention a few, we acknowledge the role played by the EFF members of Provincial Legislature in the Western Cape to pursue that was started by our forebearers of reviewing the election patterns based on population capacity versus the seat allocation of the Western Cape Legislature. As a result, an ad hoc committee has been established to determine the actual calculation to correct this imbalance. It is only in the Western Cape, Comrade Secretary General, where we find that the population capacity of the Western Cape is not equated to the seat allocation. The African National Congress is doing this thing deliberately at a national level because it wants to frustrate the Western Cape because it is led by the Democratic Alliance. Not understanding that by so doing, it is hamstringing the people of Western Cape to gain resources, to gain access to public representatives. So such a thing, we have managed to establish an ad hoc committee, and that thing is going to come before the National Council of Provinces and ultimately the National Assembly. We need those election patterns to be reviewed so that also in the Western Cape, we could also be fairly represented. Equally so, we have noted the role played by EFF councillors in different councils, especially the motions of such as insourcing of workers, voting against the sale of land, participating in budget processes, as well as holding executive to account through MPEX. The voice of the EFF in all chambers hasn't gone unnoticed, as we have seen some of our councillors being evicted from council chambers for demanding answers and raising unpopular questions to the executive. Fighters, our gathering here gives us an opportunity to self-determination and the revival of our comradeship. We are not assembled here as enemies from opposing camps, but we are members of the same organization. The enemy out there is waiting in anticipation to see the EFF crumble into pieces, something they will never be able to be afforded by us at the expense of the image of our giant movement. The President and the Commander-in-Chief always reminds us at all material times that we are one, and that the pain of my fellow fighters is my pain. This movement needs everyone's existence and contribution to the struggle for economic emancipation in our lifetime. During and beyond this assembly, we must love one another. We must be tolerant to each other at all material times. We must grow our movement to a supergiant that is unstoppable. We must always have each other's backs, for without each other, we will fall in the hands of the enemy, and the enemy will triumph. As it is stated in our founding manifesto, and I quote, each generation must, out of its relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. It is indeed that time that we should reflect on our generational mission, fulfill it, but never betray it. We must never forget that many out there are indeed inspired by this movement formed to restore the dignity of the descendants of the Khoi, the Sen, the Nguni, the Sutu, and others who came as slaves to our native land. We appeal to all to never betray the causes of freedom. We affirm the position that we as the EFF shall forever be found side by side with the vulnerable masses of our people. And no matter what it takes, and if it takes death, then so be it. We as the outgoing leadership of the 2nd Provincial People's Assembly wish you all a successful 3rd People's Assembly. We thank you very much. Amanda, viva EFF, viva! Viva EFF, viva! Viva Central Karoo, viva! Viva Overberg, viva! Viva Southern Cape, viva! Viva West Coast, viva! Viva Cape Winelands, viva! Viva Cape Metro, viva! Viva the Student Command, viva! Amandla. Thank you very much.
Mandla. Fighters and in Ngoma, but because of time constraints, we need to deal with the program so that we can go back and rest, so that tomorrow we are here on time. That was the political report presented by the chairperson of the province. Now in our next item is for all of us to engage on the report, but fighters, I also want to caution you that we should not spend much time on this particular item because we are still going for commissions where we are going to have sufficient time to discuss matters of concern that seek to grow the organization. I'm not closing anyone out, but I'm just cautioning you so that we are all in the right direction. Now I'm going to allow the House to raise hands if you want to have an input to engage on the report that has been presented. I'm going to take hands. If there's anyone who wants to engage, please raise up your hand. I see a hand of Fighter Mulelo Dwane, and I see a hand of Fighter Sia there, and another fighter here. So I'm going to say, Fighter Mulelo, you are number 1. Fighter Sia, you are 2. Fighter here, you are number 3. And this fighter number 4. And then we're going to take another round of hands, and then we're going to move to our next item. So, Fighter Mulelo, you can proceed.
Good evening, fighters, commissars, and of course the president of the Student Command. Welcome home, comrade. Look, comrade Deputy Chair, igama lami ndingumbulelo Dwane kwa Ward 18 apha eCape Metro, lilungu le-Regional Command Team of the Cape Metro region. I think, Comrade Deputy Chair, I want to welcome this report, and I would also suggest that other issues of concern, we take them through the commissions, cause of time constraints. But indeed, there are issues that needs kind of serious engagement, that needs serious engagement of us as the branches of the province, and I hereby suggest that we take those things into the commissions. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ndingu-Fighter Siyamna, ndingumqulwane Fani, from White 64. Uthetha kwam, Chair, ndiyayamkela ireport yakho as it is, but mine is just quickly to try and address or understand a few things. I'm part of the labor desk in the Cape Metro. I'm actually the coordinator of the labor desk in the Cape Metro. Your report, Chair, as it is, it only reduced a labor desk to only being just 2 paragraphs. And I would have loved for us to be able to get a platform to actually understand from you if, does the province actually have a report to say from the regions that are here? From the regions that are here, how many cases has each region dealt with? From the cases that each region has dealt with, how many have been resolved and how many are standing open? There was an induction that was done here in the province by Commissar Hlengwe Mkalipi, which sought to ensure that the province and its labor desk functions properly. But it seems as if from that induction, nothing has been done as yet. And we know for a fact that our workers, or mama betu, or tata betu, brothers zetu, are most of the people that are oppressed Upper Western Cape from the racist government yet. And the only way in which we can address that is having a labor desk that out of your region zonke are vibrant. And I think one of the last points that I wanted to talk about has to do with the fact that ni province isihlalo, we accept that item yenu okwalomzuzu until Sunday iyaphela, but ndiyacela whoever comes into the office, we need to ensure that we address issues zabasebenzi. Because the reason why I said we needed to have a report which is speaking to each and every region directly. There are sectors that we need to address Upper Western Cape when it comes to issues zabasebenzi. When I speak about sectors, the farm workers and the security workers. The security workers, there's one abasebenzi Upper Western Cape ba oppressed kakhulu, that should we had ixesha elaneleyo to speak about this or address it, maybe we would have, maybe ke manditsho ke kwi-commissions zethu ngomso would have time to address that. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Fighter. Due to time constraints, can we have like a duration of about 3 minutes for each question so that we allow sufficient hands to respond? And then on the issue of Fighter C, I think your question is relevant. However, it is contained on the organizational report that will be presented by the Provincial Secretary. Fighter, you
my name is Sifundo Mahlangeni. I just want to, I don't know if the chairperson, the outgoing chairperson of the province did it purposely or what, but he omitted the part where, in his report, omitted the part where he talks about never again should the racism cases such as of Brackenfell High and many others be fought by Mother Body when we have a student command in the province. I think he did not read that part. I wonder why. Maybe you can just tell us when he is responding. And also, Chairperson, your report is more glorifying your term than to...
Sorry, fighters, can you please have order so that we don't waste time, because some people cannot hear what the fighter is saying. Thank you.
Oh. Like this? Okay. And so in closing, Chairperson, the outgoing Chairperson of the province, I wonder why your report is also glorifying yourself more like a gossip paper, because we didn't hear any part where you are telling us about the failures of the province, because we can tell you this is not a true reflection of what politics were in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Fighters, we have a speaker on the floor. Can we please allow him to speak? Thank you. Cela uphakamise ivoice yakho nkokheli.
Okay, igama nguNcedo efana ngugqibisa ndiphuma ngapha eWesternburg Ward 7. Ndivile report but mina andikho kuyo. Apho ndikhoyo ndicela ubuza. Ka unenanzika ukwathi ndiphuma kuyo ayilotanga. Kusuka kwaD 1 uthi kwaD 12 zange zilontshwe but kunenanzika ezikhoyo ezenzekileyo ezibe lapha. Ethile eWesternburg.
Nkokheli,
And two.
Fighter, please. Fighters, can you please have order? Fighter, can you please stick to the item at hand? Can you please take your seat? Fighters, can you please allow me to talk to the fighter? Fighter, the concern that you are raising, it's not part and parcel of the report that was presented. However, we do take note of your concern. And for now, we must stick on the report that has been presented. Thank you.
But the report is fraud. The report is fraud. It's the fraud.
Fighters, Amandla. Fighters, can we please respect, if someone is on the podium speaking, can we allow the fighter to speak? But fighter, can I appeal to everyone who's going to make an input on this report to please be orderly and speak directly to the report that has been presented. I'm sure some of the concerns that you have will be tabled on commissions, but fighters, can I have only one person speaking because we are going to delay? Fighter Jushai, can you please be orderly? If you want to speak, please raise your hand.
Thank you very much. All fighters, you can sit down. Take that microphone there. We'll deal with your matters in the commission. You can't be rowdy like this after what we have gone through for 3 hours without electricity and all those things. We will request our program director now. We'll request her to call the provincial secretary to give us the organizational report. Thereafter, we'll get our treasurer's report. The SG will explain what happens next thereafter. And then we take it up from there. Any matter that you think you need it to be discussed emanating from the chairperson's report, we shall deal with it with discipline in the commission. You can note it down. For now, we'll hand over to our program director to call our next speaker to give us a report. Thank you.
Sabulela Commissar Gigi, the Commissar has made the ruling. Now we're going to move to the next item. The next item on the agenda. Fighters, can you please have order because we are going to delay time. Now we are going to call upon the Provincial Secretary to give us the organizational report, and after that we are going to engage on his report. Thank you very much.
Amandla! Amandla! Viva EFF, viva! Viva EFF, viva! Rise, EFF, rise! Rise, EFF, rise! Greetings to our Secretary General, Commissar Marcel Dlamini, the Western Cape CCT Convener of Deployees, Commissar Godrich Gadi, all CCT deployees, all PCT members, and all delegates present. It is a great honor for me to present the organizational report to the 3rd Provincial People's Assembly. The table of contents in the report is as follows: the introduction, the Provincial Command Team, the Provincial Coordinating Command, officials, Central Command Team deployees, Provincial Program of Action.
Can we help? Fighters, give our Provincial Secretary time to present the report. Copies will be brought to you as he continues speaking. They are being transported to the venue. Let us allow him to start and finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Membership, elections, regions, EFF Student Command, obituaries, and conclusion. This organizational report is an account of the work of the Provincial Command Team to the 3rd Provincial People's Assembly of the Economic Freedom Fighters in the Western Cape Province, covering the 4th year period of the 2nd PPA that was convened on the 21st to the 23rd of September 2018. The report presented to the 3rd PPA on the scope of work done highlight the challenges encountered and suggest solutions going forward. The EFF remains the only hope for the South African society and its politics. In this regard, it has continued to advance change and economic transformation for the conditions of the poorest, the downtrodden, forgotten, and marginalized people of our communities through the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF. The first National People's Assembly characterized the EFF as a Marxist, Leninist, and Fanonian organization. Its generational mission is to ensure that there is economic freedom in our lifetime. This phase of the struggle is characterized by the implementation of radical economic emancipation policies. The Assembly recognized how the EFF brought about change in the lives of the people of South Africa. The organization, however, concluded that such change is yet to transform and provide economic power to the majority, as our economy is still dominated and controlled by a white minority. The legitimacy of our movement as a true vanguard of the society and champion of economic freedom in our lifetime is a serious threat to capitalism. It is for this reason that we need to maintain high levels of discipline, coherence, and unity at all material times. The 2nd Provincial People's Assembly was equally tasked of contesting state power in the 2019 national and provincial elections and the 2021 local government elections. The EFF, as a Leninist organization, believes that we ought to take state power for the betterment of the lives of our people. The 3rd People's Assembly of the Western Cape is convened in a year of the 9th anniversary of the Economic Freedom Fighters, in a year that was declared as the Year of the Branch. Our branches, which are the heartbeat of the organization, must actively engage in organizational activities by ensuring that amongst many activities, work of building the organization continues through membership recruitment and activism. We meet today to take stock of our accomplishments and the challenges our movement has faced in executing our revolutionary task entrusted to us at the 2nd PPA. In this regard, we present the organizational report as follows. Provincial Command Team. The 2nd People's Assembly elected the Provincial Command Team, comprising of a 21-member structure which constituted of 5 officials and 16 additional members, which were gender balanced, generationally, geographically spread, and generationally mixed. The elected PCT members were as follows. Commissar Malikaya, elected as the Provincial Chairperson. Fighter Nosipo, elected as the Deputy Chairperson. Commissar Andrew, elected as the Provincial Secretary. Fighter Klaas, elected as the Provincial Treasurer. The additional members, Fighter Derek, Fighter Lepumlo, Fighter Mali, Fighter Happy, Fighter Mdaleleni, Fighter Mlindi, Fighter Tulani, Fighter Valiswa, Fighter Piwaba, Fighter Bulelwa, Fighter Koliswa, Fighter Lazelle, Fighter Silas, Fighter Swanepoel, Fighter Aris, and Fighter Vanessa. The organization lost 2 PCT members on account of death, that being Fighter Derek Hendrikse, who passed away on the 4th of January 2021, and Fighter Jonas, who passed away on the 4th of September 2021. The following PCT members resigned on their own accord: Fighter Lazelle, Fighter Umlindi, and Fighter Swanepoel. The following PCT members were elected to the CCT: Fighter Piwaba and Fighter Letisa Aris, and another PCT member, Fighter Bulelwa, opted to be a staff member and could not serve on the PCT. The following members were replacements and resigned: Fighter Faranas, Fighter Anand, and Fighter Samain. Fighter Faranas was deployed in West Coast region, Fighter Anand, West Coast region, and Fighter Samain in the Southern Cape region. The following members were co-opted: Fighter Molefe, deployed in Overberg region, Fighter Benjamin, deployed in Central Karoo, and Fighter Wandile, deployed in Southern Cape, Cape Winelands, West Coast, and Cape Metro. In total, the second PCT lost 8 directly elected PCT members for various reasons alluded to above, and amongst them are 2 on account of death, 2 on account of election to CCT, and 1 being a staff member, and 3 resignations. The current PCT composed of 5 officials, 11 additional members, 6 regional chairpersons, 5 regional secretaries, and the EFF Student Command Provincial Chairperson and the Provincial Secretary as ex-officio members of the PCT. At the heart of the operations and functioning of the PCT is organizational discipline and performance of PCT members. While it appears that all PCT members understand their functions, responsibilities, and mandate, the PCT has noted with concern a tendency of some members not honoring their deployments. The following PCT members did not honor their deployments: Fighter Silas, due to personal challenges from May 2021 to August 2021 during the dissolution of regions and the convening of BPAs and BGAs. Fighter Happy, due to work commitments from May 2021 to August 2021 during the dissolution of regions and the convening of BPAs and BGAs. Fighter Mali, due to work commitments from May 2021 to August 2021 during the dissolution of regions and the convening of BPAs and BGAs. Fighter Benjamin, due to work commitments. Fighter Valiswa, unavailable after the 2021 local government elections due to lack of resources. Fighter Nglaleni, unavailable after the 2021 local government elections due to lack of resources. The deployment of PCT members under the period of review was as follows: Commissar Malikaya, Cape Winelands, Southern Cape, and Central Karoo. Fighter Nosipo, Cape Winelands, Central Karoo. Commissar Andrew, Cape Metro, Southern Cape, and Cape Winelands. Fighter Reggie, Overberg, and West Coast. Fighter Klaas, West Coast, Overberg, and Cape Winelands. Fighter Derek, Central Karoo, and Cape Winelands. Fighter Tom, Southern Cape. Fighter Mali, Central Karoo, Cape Metro, West Coast, Cape Winelands. Fighter Happy, Cape Metro, Cape Winelands, Central Karoo. Fighter Ndleleni, West Coast. Fighter Umlindi, Southern Cape. Fighter Tulani, Cape Winelands, Central Karoo, and West Coast. Fighter Valiswa, Cape Metro, Cape Winelands. Fighter Piwaba, Cape Metro. Fighter Bulelwa, Southern Cape. Fighter Jonas, Central Karoo, Cape Winelands, Overberg. Fighter Lazelle, Central Karoo. Fighter Silas, West Coast, Cape Winelands. Fighter Swanepoel, Cape Winelands, Southern Cape. Fighter Aris, Southern Cape. Fighter Vanessa, Cape Winelands, Central Karoo, and Southern Cape. The Provincial Coordinating Command. Section 21, subsection 1 of the Constitution provide that at its first sitting after being elected, the PCT shall elect 6 members of the PCT who, together with the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the secretary, the deputy secretary, and the treasurer, shall constitute the Provincial Coordinating Command of the EFF. Section 21, subsection 2A also provides that 11 PCC members, that 11-member PCC shall be responsible for the day-to-day activities of the EFF, be tasked with ensuring the proper and timeous implementation of PCT decisions and submit a report of its work to the PCT in respect of its activities between PCT meetings. In this regard, on the first sitting of the PCT held on the 29th of September 2018, immediate after the second People's Assembly, the PCC constituted as follows: 7 males, 4 females, and the table states the list of the PCT members. 3 former Provincial Coordinating Command team members that are no longer PCC members are Faita Mglaleni, Faita Mlindi, Faita Aris, Faita Piwaba. 2 PCC members were replaced by Faita Jonas, who passed away, and Faita Wandile Kasibe. The table outlines the composition of the current 9 Provincial Coordinating Command team members as elected after replacements and resignations. Officials. The Second People's Assembly elected 5 officials, namely Commissar Malikaya, Faita Nosipo, Commissar Andrew, Faita Reggie, and Faita Klaas. Officials have met along all Provincial Coordinating Command meetings and on several times on special occasions to tackle matters of immediate interest. From time to time, officials extended their meetings to CCT employees in order to deal with issues that needed recommendations to both PCC and PCT. The officials consistently meet to process organizational matters brought to their attention. This relates to both internal and external affairs pertaining to the organization. The meetings of the officials usually take place on the sideline of all constitutional meetings, and in particular the PCT and the PCC. In the period under review, the officials have been assigned to different regions to work with PCT deployees in regions. The deployees to regions is outlined in the table. The Provincial Chairperson. The responsibility of the Provincial Chairperson include presiding over and chairing of all provincial gatherings and meetings of the organization, including meetings of the PCT and the Provincial Coordinating Command. In the period under review, the chairperson and party leader in the Western Cape Legislature is the political head of the province. The chairperson tables regular governance reports to the Provincial Coordinating Command and the Provincial Command team relating to work and dealings of the organization in the Provincial Legislature and municipal councils. The chairperson has been engaged in various organizational programs and tasks. In the period under review, the chairperson addressed and led various political engagements on EFF social media platforms and in the legislature during the COVID-19 pandemic. The chairperson was deployed in Central Karoo region, Southern Cape, and Cape Winelands for organizational work. Communications. Faita Wandile Kasibe is responsible for media and communications. In the period under review, the Communications Department has covered a number of organizational events and programs. Furthermore, the Communication Department has issued 100 media and press statements between March 2020 and September 2022. The unit has designed 56 posters between November 2020 to August 2022. It should also be noted that from October 2021 to August 2022, the department published 6 articles. Only live Facebook streaming events was concluded in the period under review. To date, our social media pages of the EFF has grown in the past 4 years as follows. Twitter, 17,200. Facebook, 26,000. Instagram, 33. YouTube channel was open but not used yet. The Deputy Chairperson. The responsibilities of the Deputy Chairperson include, in the absence of the Chairperson, presiding over and chairing all provincial gatherings and meetings of the organization, including meetings of the PCT and the PCC. The Deputy Chairperson is responsible for Secretariat of the Provincial Parliamentary Caucus, head of the Provincial Labour Desk, and has been engaged in various organizational programs and tasks. The Deputy Chairperson was deployed in Cape Winelands and Central Karoo for organizational work. Furthermore, the Deputy Chairperson was deployed in Cedarburg sub-region to assist the region to reach 90% of launch branches after it was dissolved. The Provincial Secretary. The Provincial Secretary communicates the key resolutions of the organization and issue out directives to all structures. The Provincial Secretary convened regional secretariat meetings to ensure that resolutions of the Central Command Team and the Provincial Command Team are communicated and processed successfully, and that concerns of regions are elevated to the Provincial Command Team. Amongst the items discussed were the distribution of membership cards, EFF membership, councillors replacements, and organizational programs. The Provincial Secretary was deployed in Cape Metro, Southern Cape, and Cape Winelands for organizational work. Furthermore, the Secretary was deployed to assist Drakensberg sub-region to reach 90% of launch branches after it was dissolved. The Secretary has been engaged in various organizational programs and tasks, and amongst others, the following: by-elections, service delivery complaints, labor-related complaints, marches, meetings, social relief grants complaints, school-related complaints, complaints of no adherence to lockdown regulations. The Provincial Secretary is responsible also for human resource management, and now we're going to turn to this responsibility. Human resource. The province has 11 staff members employed under the Governance Task Unit and paid by the respective provincial legislature, municipal council, and headquarters. The incapacity, lack of resources of the provincial organizer, and not having a full-time paid elections manager needs special attention by the incoming leadership. The incoming provincial leadership should also reflect on regional office administrators when regional secretaries are occupying councillors' positions. The table below provides details in relation to these staff members' replacements and where they are paid from. The Deputy Secretary. The Deputy Secretary has been engaged in various organizational programs and tasks. In the period under review, all membership cards were distributed to regional secretaries to distribute to members. The Deputy Secretary was deployed in Overberg and West Coast region for organizational work. Furthermore, the Deputy Secretary was deployed in Cape Agulhas sub-region and thereafter to Witzenberg sub-region to assist the region to reach 90% of launch branches after it was dissolved. The Provincial Secretary, the Provincial Treasurer. Are you still with me? The Provincial Treasurer. Amongst the functions entrusted to the Treasurer's Office are fundraising financial administration, and maintaining the organizational register of assets. For the period under review, no funds have been fundraised. This is important to note that all funds from the provincial legislature are controlled by the Treasurer General. The Treasurer General appoints auditors on behalf of the province, and we can confirm that the province submits its annual audit reports to the provincial legislature. The provincial treasurer was deployed in West Coast, Overberg, and Cape Winelands for organizational work. Furthermore, the treasurer was deployed to convene Oeverstrand sub-region to assist the region to reach 90% of launch branches after it was dissolved. The treasurer has been engaged in various organizational programs and tasks. Central Command Team deployees. The CCT deployees to the province from 2018 was as follows. Commissar Godrich Gadi, convener of deployees. Commissar Celeste Matsepi, Commissar Laurato Tito. After the 2019 national and provincial elections, the following CCT members were deployed. Commissar Makause, convener of deployees, Commissar Godrich Gadi, Commissar Polnita Mare, and Commissar Cheko Mafanya. In the course of time, the changes to the CCT deployees were as follows. Commissar Vuyani Pambo, convener of deployees from the 9th of February 2022 to the 23rd of September 2022. Commissar Tafeni, Commissar Makaula, and Commissar Cheko Mafanya. To date, deployment of CCT members are as follows. Commissar Godrich Gadi, convener of deployees, Commissar Tafena, Commissar Makoti, and Commissar Mafanya. For the period under review, the deployees have been honoring their deployments. It must further be noted that Commissar Chwako convened Cape Winelands region, sub-region, or Cape Winelands region from June 2021 to August 2021 to reach 90% of launch branches after it was dissolved. Provincial programs of action. The province has held 2 plenums and in all instances lived up to the implementation of the provincial program of action. These programs range from mass protest, branch, regional, and provincial rallies. The most significant to be mentioned was a march to Clifton Beach following reports of racism in the public amenities in December 2018, and a visit to the Brackenfell High School on the 9th of November 2020. Fighters were attacked and assaulted by a white mob of about 200 people on the follow-up visit on the 12th of November 2020. The principal refused to give audience to the leadership of the province. Subsequently, the province held a protest march to the school that was led and addressed by the Secretary General on the 20th of November 2020, where fighters were assaulted by the state without provocation in defense of the school and its racist policy. 8 fighters were arrested, and the case is still pending. In keeping with the organization's values and fight against racism, the organization held numerous marches against racism in the province, which is notorious for its discrimination and racism. In this regard, the province held a protest march against racism at H&M stores, closed many clique stores, and has participated in the Black Lives Matter campaign. Furthermore, in response to poor service delivery to our people, the province held numerous service delivery marches in the period under review, and amongst these are service delivery marches to Saldanha Bay Municipality, Knysna Municipality, City of Cape Town Municipality, to name just a few. All programs were aimed at maximizing visibility in the province. And the following were some of the province programs implemented during the period under review, and the table gives more details in terms of those programs. Governance. The governance task unit in the province was established, and it comprises of the Provincial Chairperson as its GTU head and all regional secretaries and regional GTU heads. The GTU submit reports monthly to the national GTU head. The Provincial Chairperson is equally responsible for the continuous interaction with regional GTU heads, EFF party leaders, and EFF party whips in all municipalities across the province. Members of Legislature. The organization has deployed 3 members after the 2019 national and provincial government elections. 1 male, Komisa Malikaya, 1 female, Faita Nosipo, who are serving in the provincial legislature, and 1 male. Can I get some water, please? Cheers for ears. Okay, members of Legislature. The organization has deployed 3 members after the 2019 national and provincial government elections. 1 male, Komisa Malikaya, 1 female, Faita Nosipo, who are serving in the provincial legislature, and 1 male, Komisa Andrew, who are serving in the National Council of Provinces. The 3 members serve in legislature committees wherein they attend oversight visits, committee meetings, and legislature sittings. They all participated in the submissions of motions, statements, debates in the legislature, and the submissions of questions to the executive. All MPLs are doing their oversight visits as mandated. Councillors. The organization got 22 proportional representative councillors after the 2016 local government elections and 25 proportional representative councillors after the 2021 local government elections. All councillors are deployed to serve in council committees. The following councillors under the period of review resigned on their own accord. Faita Sakiso, Faita Faranas, and Faita Bele. The following councillors resigned on a directive issued out by the Office of the Secretary General on the 2nd of December 2021, which was suspended on the 7th of December 2021 until further notice. Faita Twala, Faita Megan, and Faita Bulelwa. The following councillors were deployed to legislature. Komisa Malikaya, Komisa Andrew, Komisa Letitia Aris, and Faita Nosipo Makamba Botia. The following councillors passed away. Faita Derek and Faita Jonas. The following councillor was suspended. Faita Cosmos. The following councillor was expelled. Faita Umfutuana. The following councillor was suspended and removed by the Office of the Secretary General and not found guilty of charges. Faita Kolani. And below is a table and a list of all the councillors under the period of review. On page 17 is a breakdown of the 2021 local government elections, number of councillors and seats in the region. City of Cape Town, 10. Cape Winelands, 7. Overberg, 2. West Coast, 3. Southern Cape, 3. Central Karoo, 0. The state of municipalities are as follows. City of Cape Town Municipality. The EFF has 10 elected proportional representative councillors in the municipality, an increase of 3 from each 2016 local government elections, 5 males and 5 females. Matsikama Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. Saldanha Bay Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. Swartland Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. Cape Winelands District Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the district municipality, which is occupied by a female. Witzenberg Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. Drakensberg Municipality. The EFF lost one of its two proportional representative councillor seats in the municipality, which is occupied by a female. Stellenbosch Municipality. The EFF has retained its two proportional representative councillor seats in the municipality, which is occupied by one male and one female. Breda Valley Municipality. The EFF has increased from 1 to 2 proportional representative councillor seats in the municipality, which is occupied by 2 males. Theewaterskloof Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a female. Oeverstrand Municipality. The EFF has retained its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. George Municipality. The EFF has increased from 1 to 2 proportional representative councillor seats in the municipality, which is occupied by a male and a female. Knysna Municipality. The EFF has gained one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality, which is occupied by a male. Langeberg Municipality. The EFF has lost its one proportional representative councillor seat in the municipality. Ward committees. The following fighters in the Western Cape are part of ward committees, and you have a list of 15 fighters who are part of the ward committees in the Western Cape. Councillors in party levy default and facing criminal charges. In the period under review, only one councillor failed to pay party levies and was suspended for 3 years, and one councillor currently facing criminal charges of bribery and drunken driving. Motions submitted in Legislature and Council since 2019 to 2022. The EFF submitted motions in legislatures in various municipalities across the province. Legislature 2019. EFF submitted a motion for the province to respond to the scourge of crime already engulfed in the province. The motion was agreed to, and the Premier committed that the motion will form part of the Western Cape Safety Plan, where they made funds available to add more law enforcement officers to deal with crime. EFF submitted a motion that the House debates the 2018-19 contents of the Auditor General's report as far as they relate to audit outcomes of the Western Cape municipalities. The report, titled "Not Much to Go Around, Yet Not the Right Hands at the Till." The motion was not approved, and the matter was dealt with by the Committee for Local Government. 2020, EFF submitted a motion for the Western Cape Department of Education regarding the readiness of schools in the Western Province to operate during the COVID-19 pandemic. The motion was approved. The EFF submitted a motion to the Premier to outline the hotspot strategy as per his motivation for the province to move to level 3 lockdown. The motion was agreed to, and the Premier outlines his strategy. The EFF submitted a motion for the House to debate the report outcome regarding lifestyle audits concerning members of the Western Cape Provincial Executive. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted the motion for the House to discuss the Western Cape municipalities' failure to create adequate housing provision for farm dwellers. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the House to debate the failure of the Western Cape Provincial Government to deal with the institutionalized racism in schools. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the House to discuss the brutality of police and law enforcement against black people. The motion was approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the provincial government to account on the economic opportunities facilitated by the Western Cape Provincial Government to uplift the disadvantaged youth within the Western Cape. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the removal of all colonial and apartheid statues and symbols within the Western Cape. The motion was not approved. EFF submitted a motion for entrenched racism within businesses in the private sector operating in the Western Cape to be addressed. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion on the Western Cape government's role in curbing and addressing the issue of gender-based violence and femicide in the Western Cape. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion on the challenges faced by black farmers in the Western Cape and the role played by the Western Cape Provincial Government to assist them. The motion was not approved. 2021. The EFF submitted a motion that the House debates the issue of unplaced learners in the Western Cape schools, which has now become a trend that continues to grow each year. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion that the House debates the Western Cape government's policy on the issue of apartheid spatial planning within the City of Cape Town's center. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion that the House debates the strengthening of the Western Cape health facilities towards building a world-class health system. The motion was approved and the EFF led the debate. The EFF submitted a motion asking for the removal of a monument of D.A. Saldanha Bay Mayor Marius Koen, which was erected at the municipality. The motion was not approved. However, the monument was subsequently removed. 2022, the EFF submitted a motion that the Western Cape Provincial Government submitted a motion for the Western Cape Provincial Government to intervene and protect the emergency medical services who are currently or constantly attacked by criminals when attending to calls in townships. The motion was approved. The Western Cape Department of Health requested assistance from the South African Police Service as well as the municipality law enforcement services to assist the EMS personnel by escorting them, especially at night. The EFF submitted a motion for the insourcing of porters in all the Western Cape health institutions. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the provincial government to build more shelters. The motion was not approved. The Social Development Department, not responsible to build shelters, it only supports NGOs with resources for the purpose of shelters. The EFF submitted a motion for the Department of Government, Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Planning to take steps and alert communities to the use of water sparingly, as dam storage levels in the province move from 76.62% in 2021 to 63.57% in 2022. The motion was approved and the department urged residents to use water carefully. The EFF submitted a motion for the Department of Education to reappoint Hatfield High School Principal Wesley Newman, who was suspended during the height of COVID-19 pandemic and subsequently fired later. The motion was not approved. However, the department did reach out to Mr. Newman to offer him a demotion position as an HOD, which he declined. Municipalities, City of Cape Town, 2019. The EFF submitted a motion for the return of claimed land to Kirakar Family Trust beneficiaries 80 years and older. The motion was approved by council. The EFF submitted a motion to resolve issues of sanitation and electricity in Winnie Mandela informal settlement. The motion was also followed by a meeting held with the executive mayor. The motion was approved and service delivery pertaining to those demands then started. Cape Winelands District Municipality. EFF submitted a motion for the procurement of hygienic packs for learners. The motion was accepted by council and a budget of 100,000 rand was approved. The EFF submitted a motion to council to invest in maths and science in rural schools in order to improve the results outcomes. The motion was approved. The EFF submitted a motion for the establishment of early childhood centers in rural areas. The motion was approved. The EFF submitted a motion to council to establish a special mayoral committee to address gender-based violence and violence against children. The motion was approved, but not much has been done in this regard. 2020, EFF submitted a motion for Plaza Center in Wallisdean to be revamped. The motion was approved. EFF submitted a motion for the installation of electricity in 56 in Seskona squatter camp in Guguletu. The motion was approved and the city started the process of installing electricity. EFF submitted a motion against the rapid sale of city land at low-cost prices to individuals for the purpose of development. The motion was not approved. Saldanha Bay Municipality. EFF submitted a motion regarding the unacceptable increase in tariffs coupled with poverty and high unemployment rate. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion regarding the issue of Ward 11 in Sandy Point Harbour for the municipality to provide people with basic services as they are living in very bad conditions. The municipality did not approve the motion as it said that it cannot do anything about the situation because the land which they are occupying belongs to the National Department of Public Works. Oudtshoorn Municipality. The EFF submitted a motion on the issue of Johnson Bricks Company, whose practices are harmful to the environment as it produces harmful emissions to the nearby neighborhood. The motion was not approved. Swartland Municipality. The EFF submitted a motion on the issue of the allocation of service sites in River Sands area. The motion was not approved. Theewaterskloof Municipality. The EFF submitted a motion regarding the procurement of PPA tender whereby a senior official and municipal manager were involved. The motion was not approved. Oeverstrand Municipality. EFF brought the motion about the lack of road signs in Ward 1 in Gansbaai. The motion was approved. EFF submitted a motion in council that the COVID-19 relief continue for people struggling to pay their municipal accounts. Motion was not approved. Cape Winelands Municipality. EFF submitted a motion that the Speaker amend council rules to include new normal, especially remote voting, as Speaker allows councillors to vote via SMS and WhatsApp, while Structures Act mentioned that councillors can vote while in attendance in council meetings. The motion was not approved. The EFF submitted a motion for hygienic packs to be handed over to NGOs in the Breda Valley region, sub-region for the benefit of needy girls. The motion was approved. The municipal manager brought those hygienic packs and handed them over to NGOs. We are now going to deal with the labor desk. Number 8, Labor Desk. The province has established a labor desk which is headed by the Provincial Deputy Chairperson, Fighter Nosipo Makamba Botia. The labor desk has also been established in all 6 regions of the province and are headed by regional deputy chairpersons. There is a high influx of people visiting our provincial and regional offices, and mainly visitors raise labor disputes. The labor desk has volunteers at regional levels to assist with all labor-related matters. The EFF labor desk is inspired and encouraged by the level of achievements it has registered in assisting workers and restoring their dignity. The acknowledgement of workers on how they received assistance bear testament as opposed to their respective unions that continues to undermine workers and their struggle. The list of the current regional labor desk representatives are shown below. Gender-based violence. The province established a gender-based violence desk which was headed by Fighter Nosipo Makamba Botia and replaced by Fighter Nowetu Ndleleni. It must be noted that Fighter Nowetu Ndleleni did not submit reports of GBV cases to the PCT. Since the gender-based violence desk was established, the most common cases reported were femicide, rape, assault, and harassment. A total of 839 cases were reported to the gender-based violence help desk for the period year 2021, with 74 femicide, 444 rape, 310 assault, and 11 harassment cases. Regions have been involved in gender-based violence cases through their sub-regional GBV coordinators. Various interventions in this regard were made, such as pickets, court cases attendance, met family victims, and addressed members of communities on gender-based violence cases. The scourge of violence against women, children, and LGBTQI+ community and vulnerable groups remain a major concern and high on the agenda of each region. The following are some of the cases. October 2020. EFF attended a case which involved a child who was raped in Houtbaai. The perpetrator was arrested and the EFF organized counseling for the family. EFF attended a matter involving a murder of a woman with a case number and arranged support for the family. EFF also led a picketing at the Wynberg Magistrate Court involving the rape of a mentally disturbed child from Ward 41 in Cape Metro. The matter is still pending in court. On the 24th of October 2020, the EFF attended a case involving child molestation by a member of the Education Board of the Muslim Judicial Council of South Africa. The perpetrator got suspended from the council and was arrested. November 2020, EFF led a picket at Boerkaap regarding an incident of a child who was sexually abused by a grandparent. The case was opened and the grandparent arrested. The case is pending in court. The EFF attended a case of rape with a case number. One of the concerning issues with the case was that the state could not find a safe house for the victim. The case is still pending in court. On the 7th of December 2020, EFF led a picket at the Wynberg Magistrates Court regarding a rape case that took place at Ward 36, Cape Metro. The matter is still pending in court. EFF attended a murder case of Lonwabo. The case is still pending in court. EFF attended a matter involving the kidnap of Andiswa. The case is still pending in court. EFF attended a rape case of Nontando. The case is still pending in court. EFF attended a murder case of Alwaba Sandora, case pending in court with case number 2022. EFF picketed outside the Piketberg Magistrates Court regarding gender-based violence murder case. Bail was denied on the 7th of July. On the 4th of October 2022, the case was transferred to the Cape Town High Court for pre-trial on the 25th of November 2022. EFF attended a rape case in Redlingshuis, West Coast. The matter is still pending in the regional court. EFF attended a rape case in Porterville. The case has not been transferred to the regional court due to the violation of bail conditions. The list of coordinators is shown below. Matters of discipline in the province. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee was established and consists of the following fighters. Fighter Happy as the chairperson, Fighter Mali, and Fighter Nowetu Ngleleni. The Provincial Prosecutor, Fighter Tulasizwe Twalo, from 2018 to 2020, replaced by Fighter Akona, who passed away on the 27th of March 2021. The current appointed Provincial Prosecutor is Fighter Jabu Mabena. The PDC attended a workshop at the head office to empower it on its execution of its duties. The PDC handled 2 disciplinary cases in the period under review. The PDC needs to be strengthened going forward to ensure that there is order in the organization. The 2 cases by the PDC was as follows. Fighter Jacobs, misappropriation of membership fees, guilty, 24-month suspension, overturned by the appeals committee. Fighter Cosmos, failure to pay party levies, suspended for 3 years. Fighter Silas, defining himself outside of the organizational structures and discipline, suspended, which was lifted due to delayed circumstances. It is recommended that the incoming PCT should strengthen this committee and its functions. The following disciplinary matters was handled by the National Disciplinary Committee. Fighter Mfutwana, failure to do organizational work, failure to avail, purchase a bakkie, expulsion. Fighter Kolani, violation of Councilor's Code of Conduct, not guilty. The Central Command Team adopted the guidelines toward the Central Regional People's Assembly and the Provincial People's Assembly, and it must be noted that 2 RCT members of Cape Metro Region, Fighter Banzi and Fighter Andiswa, received notices of intention to suspend pending disciplinary hearings. Membership. Membership is the lifeblood of the organization. It highlights who is eligible to be a member, what values and prescripts members are bound by, and what limitations membership to the organization places on a person. All regions have a prescribed spreadsheet in which they are expected to fill in data of paid-up members and send it to the membership office at the headquarters. The concern of members not receiving their membership cards is sometimes due to regions not complying with the prescribed data form, not sending the data spreadsheets, and or late or non-distribution of membership cards. The organization is currently on a campaign for 1 million members by the end of November 2022, and the provincial and regional targets have been set by the organization. The Assembly must note that all regions have not met their targets, and the province has a backlog of 51,184 members. Furthermore, it must be noted that the province is currently at 46,265 members in good standing, relating to 38% progress towards the 110,188 target. The province is still outstanding with 63,923 towards its target. The 1 million membership targets is included in the report. Elections. The second Provincial Command Team Assembly was tasked with contesting 2 elections and shown minimal growth in the organization. The EFF contested the 2019 national and provincial elections and equally contested the local government elections in 2021. The increase shows the potential future growth of the organization. The organization in 2014 received 50,280 votes and in 2019 received 88,428 votes. The organization equally shows an increase in the 2021 local government elections as it increased with 47,269 votes in the province. The organization received 54,540 votes in 2016 and 101,809 votes in 2021. The Western Cape is constituted by 30 municipalities, 460 wards, 1,577 voting districts. The organization did not receive votes in 87 voting districts in 2021, which is an increase from the 86 in the previous elections. Fighters, as we break into commissions, the Assembly must take this into account and guide the organization in what needs to be done to curb the gap further. The organization has increased its seats in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature from 1 in 2014 to 2 in 2019 and from 22 councillors in 2016 to 25 councillors in the 21 local government elections, where the EFF failed to win 1 ward. The organization is represented in 12 municipalities and 1 district municipality. The organization has not representation in 17 municipalities, namely Langeberg, Beaufort West, Laingsburg, Prince Albert, Bito, Hessequa, Kanaland, Mossel Bay, Oudtshoorn, Cape Agulhas, Swellendam, Bergrivier, Cedarburg, and the following districts: Central Karoo, Overberg, West Coast, and Eden. The table below indicates EFF votes per municipality in the Western Cape, with a decline recorded in Mossel Bay, Langeberg, Oudtshoorn, Bito, Cedarburg, Beaufort West, Hessequa, Laingsburg, Cape Agulhas, and Kanaland. Ward analysis. The organization received less than 100 votes in 300 wards and received 100 and above votes in 106 wards. Below are the result outcome per municipality. The district comparison. Below are the results outcome per district municipality. Elections analysis of regions. Cape Winelands recorded 85 wards with less than 100 votes. Southern Cape recorded 77 wards with less than 100 votes. Cape Metro recorded 49 wards with less than 100 votes. West Coast recorded 38 wards with less than 100 votes. Overberg recorded 36 wards with less than 100 votes. And Central Karoo recorded all wards with less than 100 votes. Cape Metro recorded the highest number of wards with votes between 100 and 999. The table below bears all the ranges from 0 votes to 1,000 and above. By-elections. The organization has participated in a number of by-elections in the period under review. The performance of the organization has not been satisfactory, as there are wards in Saldanha Bay, George, Knysna, Cape Metro, Langeberg, Oudtshoorn, where the organization has dropped votes. The table outlines where we have dropped in votes. State of regions. The province comprises of 6 regions, namely Cape Metro with 116 wards and 10 zones. Cape Winelands with 101 wards and 5 sub-regions. Southern Cape region with 87 wards and 7 sub-regions. Overberg region with 40 wards and 4 sub-regions. West Coast region with 47 wards and 5 sub-regions. And Central Karoo region with 15 wards and 3 sub-regions. All regions elected their regional command teams during the month of August 2021. Cape Metro. The region is constituted by 116 wards. The RCT held its 3rd Regional People's Assembly on the 14th of August 2021 and elected Faita Unati as the regional chairperson and Faita Banzi as the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 21 members and 20 are currently active. The officials comprise of 5 members and all 5 members are active. The regional office is operational. It is situated in a strategic location in the CBD at 47 Strand Street, 6th floor in Cape Town. The office is not branded, not well equipped. Furniture is not in a good condition. The office is open from 8 till 16:30 every week. Faita Kunzalwa and Faita Asanda are the regional office administrators and are responsible for the opening and closing of the office and the smooth running of its administration. Faita Klabanisa and Faita Asanda received a stipend from the organization. The region does have a regional communication officer. Cape Winelands. The region is constituted by 101 wards. The RCT held its 3rd Regional People's Assembly on the 15th of August 2021 and elected Faita Lulama as the regional chairperson and Faita Nomzamu as the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 21 members and all members are active. The officials comprise of 5 members and all members are active. The regional office is operational. It is situated in a strategic location at 311 Main Road, 1st floor, Paarl. The office is not branded, not well equipped. The office is open from 8 till 16:30 every week. The regional secretary are responsible for the opening and closing of the office and smooth running of the administration. The region does have a regional communications officer. West Coast. The region is constituted by 47 wards. The RCT held its RPA on the 29th of August 2021 and elected Faita Kolani as the regional chairperson and Faita Onkarabetsi as the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 18 members and 17 members are currently active. The officials comprise of 5 members and all 5 members are active. The regional office is operational. It is not situated in a strategic location at Unit 7, Veldrift Road, Vredenburg. The office is not branded, not well equipped. The office is open from 8 till 16:30 every week. The secretary are responsible for the opening and closing of the office and the smooth running of the administration. The region does have a regional communications officer. Overberg region. The region is constituted by 40 wards. The RCT held its RPA on the 15th of August 2021 and elected Faita Tozama as the regional chairperson and Faita Odwa as the regional secretary. The deputy regional secretary, Faita Emily, are acting as the secretary after the passing of the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 17 members, 16 are currently active. The officials comprise of 4 members and all 4 members are active. The regional office is operational. It is not situated in a strategic location at 21 Duncan Street in Caledon. The office is not branded, not well equipped. The office is open from 8 till 16:30 every week. The regional deputy secretary are responsible for the opening and closing of the office and smooth running of its administration. The region does not have a regional communications officer. Southern Cape region. The region is constituted by 87 wards. The RCT held its third RPA on the 28th of August 2021 and elected Fighter Nilo as the regional chairperson and Fighter Mbelele Magwala as the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 19 members and 18 members are currently active. The officials comprise of 4 members and all 4 members are active. The regional office is operational. It is situated in a strategic location at 549 Nakani Street, Tembaletu in George. The office is not branded, not well equipped. The office is open from 9 till 16:30 every week. The regional secretary are responsible for the opening and closing of the office and smooth running of its administration. The region does have a regional communications officer. Central Karoo region. The region is constituted by 15 wards. The RCT held its third RPA on the 14th of August 2021 and elected Fighter Sam as the regional chairperson and Fighter Evelyn as the regional secretary. The RCT has a composition of 21 members and all members are active. The officials comprise of 5 members and all 5 members are active. The regional office is operational. It is situated in a strategic location at 92 Duncan Street, first floor, Pritchard Building in Beaufort West. The office is not branded, not well equipped. The office is open from 8 till 16:30 every week. The regional secretary is responsible for the opening and closing of the office and smooth running of its administration. The region does have a regional communications officer. Student command. The EFF Student Command in the Western Cape recorded 4,114 members stemming from its 40 branches in the year 2022. The EFF Student Command held its second Provincial Student Command Assembly on the 2nd of May 2022. The Assembly elected officials plus 5 officials plus 16 additional members. Commissar Sikalela was elected as the Provincial Chairperson and Commissar Matabula was elected as the Provincial Secretary. It is important for the Assembly to note that under the period of review, the EFF Student Command has won SRC's elections at institutions of higher learning as follows. In the University of the Western Cape, the Student Command has 100% representation with all portfolios. In CPUT Belleville, the Student Command currently has 100% representation with all portfolios since they were victorious in 2019. In CPUT District 6, the Student Command currently has 100% representation with all portfolios since they were victorious in 2019. In CPUT Wellington, the Student Command find expression in SRC task teams. In Southern Cape TVET College, George Campus, the Student Command has 4 seats out of the 7 with the chairperson of the organization plus additionals. In Southern Cape TVET College, Oudtshoorn Campus, the Student Command currently has 100% representation with all portfolios. Southern Cape TVET College in Mossel Bay Campus, the Student Command has 4 seats out of 7. 4 of 7. Stellenbosch University, only the Provincial Treasurer emerged into the SRC as the Secretary General. In the University of Cape Town, as of recent, the Student Command obtained 4 seats in the SRC. And there is the years and the institutions. The Student Command will continue to contest SRC elections in all campuses throughout the province and ensure that the organization emerges victorious. Obituaries. In the period under review, the organization lost activists, fighters, and councillors. Amongst these are 2 PCT members, the late fighter Derek Hendrickse, who passed away on the 4th of January 2021, and fighter Koliswa Jonas, who passed away on the 4th of September 2021. Furthermore, the organization lost many fighters, among them fighter Koliswa Nondala, a former Cape Metro RCT member who died tragically due to gunshots by unknown criminals. She was shot and killed inside her Kailitsa home on the 9th of February 2019. Fighter Kolani Jack, staff member and former branch chairperson of Ward 19, Cape Metro, who was shot dead in his home in Kailitsa on the 4th of July 2019. Fighter Sila Karelse, former RCT member of Central Karoo region, who met her untimely death on the 30th of November 2019. RCT Deputy Chairperson of Southern Cape Region, Fighter Mavis Olifant, who passed away on the 22nd of June 2020. Former Branch Chairperson of Cape Metro, Ward 35, Provincial Labour Desk Worker, Fighter Umfundo Hermanus, who was shot and passed away on the 3rd of April 2021. RCT member of the West Coast region, Fighter Emily Mohala, who passed away on the 9th of May 2021. Former RCT member of Cape Winelands, Fighter Sikumbuso passed away on the 25th of August 2021. Regional Secretary of Overberg Region, Fighter Odwa Simalela, who passed away on the 9th of May 2022. May their souls rest in perfect revolutionary peace. Conclusion. Thank you. We have set in motion a revolutionary machinery which would otherwise, in its absence, would have resulted in an unled revolution resulting in anarchy. The strides so far achieved by this revolutionary militant movement would certainly have not been possible with the support of those close to us, the membership, the staff, the volunteers and supporters. What now lies ahead for the leadership to be elected here in the immediate task of continuing the struggle of the people and doing so selflessly and consciously, consolidating the ground towards socialist power. To each and every branch delegate that is present here today at the 3rd Provincial People's Assembly, on behalf of the 2nd democratic elected PCT, we wish to thank and appreciate you for making the work of the organization achievable at branch level. We have been able to communicate with each and every branch member and branch leadership through social media, WhatsApp groups, and direct letters. We have also always received feedback from time to time from you. Your wisdom and counsel has always been appreciated, even though at times we did not ordinarily agree with you. But you have nevertheless shaped up this organization to what it is today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. That was a very long report. It was 37 pages. Fighters, I can imagine people are very hungry and tired. We are almost done, but we are going to have a last report, which is our Treasury report, very short. Fighters, please. And then after the report, we are going to do a reflection of both the PS report and the Treasury report, and we move for the adoption of the report. And then after that, we are going to break for dinner. Before we break for dinner, the SG is going to address us with the way forward after coming from the dinner.
Amandla, fighters, the report of the Provincial Secretary has been given. It's always the longest report. We're going to take the shortest report, which is about 2 or 3 pages.
It's 1 page.
And thereafter, it is a normal thing that after these 2 reports have been presented, it's a normal thing that we discuss it maybe for 5 to 10 minutes. If we have time, it could have been about an hour or 2 or 3. But because we don't have time, we're going just to engage with it for not more than 5 to 10 minutes and refer the matters that are in their reports to the commissions. And then we move for the adoption or rejection or whatever. And thereafter, the SG is going to announce how we are going to take our dinner in the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then he will announce further what happens as we go to dinner. So please be patient with us. The Treasurer must present his report. The Deputy Chair must preside over the engagement and adoption of the reports, and then the SG will come in. Thank you very much. Over to you, Director of the program.
Ngosi Komisa, Provincial Treasurer, please come and give us your report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. EFF Western Cape Treasurer report to the 3rd Provincial People Assembly to the Western Cape. Greeting to SG, Commissars that are led by Commissar Kadi as the convener, PCT, RCTs, and all delegates who are the solution of a true revolution and the deciders of a true leaders of the movement. I'm standing in front of you. This is the Western Cape Treasurer report for fighters to know their finances and outline the strategic skills that fighters must use to generate the finance across the province. EFF needs fighters to fundraise to finance the revolution. When the EFF fundraise, it does not take money from any capitalist. EFF emphasizes to fundraise to funders who has an ideology of Marxism, Leninism, and Fonianism. Our revolution is also supported by the representatives by paying levy, which strengthens the revolution, communism, and working class and protect them from injustice. We also have active accounts to protect the organization money, and sometimes the fundraisers must pay it directly to the program. Our accounts are directly linked to national The background, EFF Western Cape Province account has 3 accounts: Secretariat accounts, Provincial account, and fundraising accounts. All the accounts are linked to our Treasurer General Office nationally. 2 accounts are still active because are funded directly by the government. The 3rd account closed due to insufficient fund. In other words, I found the account closed, so we didn't open it. And then both accounts were called PSA and PA. Their signatories are the Commissar Kego and Commissar Arnold and Fighter Class, who are the signatories of the account. The last one, which is the Provincial fundraising account, because it was closed, it was needed to have a program of fundraising, but due to the COVID, we didn't fundraise, but we will already have a FinCom, which was led by the artists and 3 financial experienced fighters. Our aim was to look for sponsors and donation, and we submit the pen to the provincial office, and the plan was disapproved by the officials. Then the scope, it addressed the limits the Treasurer has with the finances of organizational to conduct the meeting and discuss the usage of the finances. The finances held or the funders who were assisted us on a national election and also an election, local election, and those elections were successful because we have more votes, and also has assisted to the World AIDS Day, which was hosted by TSG, and also the Workers' Day that was in Titorens and was hosted by Commissar Makoti. And we also assisted us by getting funders from different regions, and all that region were Overberg, Cape Wineland, and Southern Cape, that were also supported by funders directly to the program. Even because our bank was not open, we were directly take the money not to our side, straight to those who are going to give us the, make an example, sound and all that stuff. So the money is directly funded to the program. That is what I said like that. The organization has assets. A province has a baki that was driven by Faitandagane at all times, and also the office need to replace their assets because they are not in good condition, and also they are not barcoded because you cannot know when it's moved by the fighters to another place. Also, Cape Metro has got the assets of the organization, and also the assets are the same, not in good condition, and also they are not barcoded. Also the same in Cape Wineland office, Overberg, West Coast, and Central Karoo, and Southern Cape. The conclusion, the EFF Treasurer assists the EFF finances and look after EFF assets and monitoring the EFF finances and assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PT, for your Treasury report. Now we are moving to the adoption. In fact, we need to first reflect on two reports. The report that was presented by the Provincial Secretary, which is the organizational report, and the Treasury report. We are going to start with the organizational report. If there's anyone who wants to have a bite or a reflection on what was presented, and then afterwards we are going to move with the adoption of his report. Can I have a hand? And also take into account that some of the issues will be deferred to our commissions. I have a hand of Ufaita Mbulelo Dwane. Fighters, I'm going to Faita Mbulelo, my apologies. You have to be excused because you had a chance. Now I'm going to start from here. Fighter Andiswa, and then there's another hand that side. There's a third one there. I'm going to take 3 hands, and then we're going to move like that.
Greetings, leadership, greetings, CCT, PCT, RCT, and delegates. My name is Andy Matikazi, an RCT member in good standing. Mine is on the, thank you for the report, Provincial Secretary. Mine is on the organizational report. When you were speaking on the disciplinary matters that were handled by the National Disciplinary Hearing, I would like to ask, why is it that you omitted the fact that the outgoing chairperson of the province has a pending case on allegations of soliciting a bribe? Are we in an animal farm here?
Who is the next speaker?
Ngosi.
Fighter,
Thank you.
That side, I think there's a fighter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Greetings, leadership. Greetings to SG. My name is Ambandile Mlindazwe from Pito sub-region in Ward 6 and RCT member in Southern Cape region. Mine, Deputy Secretary, is that the report, in as much that we are running out of time and the delegate has been here for some time due to the unforeseen circumstances, but these reports, starting from the organizational report and the political report, they don't show the true reflection as to say in what effects these programs were. The areas of one, for example, the labor desk, they didn't reflect as into details when it comes to political report. And when it comes to organizational report, again, we don't see the true reflections and of the cases, the actual cases that were reported there. And also the action plan in terms of the challenges that the coordinators and the conveners of the labor desk has reported to the provincial leadership. So mine is to say, we just welcome the report. Having said that, we need to at least find an action plan and the way forward, making sure that these offices are doing its maximum best in making sure that we are helping our people. Thank you.
Thank you. The third person, I think he was that side there.
Greetings, commissioners, the leadership of the Central Command team, the president of the Student Command, the chairpersons of the regions, the provincial leadership. My concern on the political report is there. Under this, among the racism incident handled by the leadership collective are those such as Milantin High School, guarded by the name of Nzwanele Velem in the Stellenbosch, who was, Milantin black learner was made to bow in front of the white learners, Vredenburg High in Saldanha Bay and Well Brackenfell High School. All these would have been easily tackled. All these have been easily tackled, but the province failed to come to his students so that his students at high schools can know that there is EFF Student Command. If there is no support from the mother body, how do you expect the Student Command to have the power to go to high schools? Moving. I'll introduce myself after. Moving on the organizational report under Chapter 9, Gender-Based Violence Desk. Gender-Based Violence Desk. I am not even sure because I'm not coming from all the regions. I cannot say but on the GPV, on the LGBTQI cases in the Western Cape, there are rapid increase in terms of killing the LGBTQI members, but none of the EFF members in the Western Cape have attended those cases. Even the provincial leadership, gender-based violence desk, attended those cases. Gays and lesbians, but never ever Western Cape sabona provincial leadership, even the regional. Igama lam ndingulamla kwaMhlamane nsuka wa 36 eCape Metro. A member at a good standing and goes.
Thank you, Fighter. Our last speaker on this matter of the organizational report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Cherik Fortuin. I'm coming from a rural town called Piketberg. I'm from Bergrivier, and I'm also an RCT member of the West Coast Regional Command Team in the West Coast. I would like to applaud the Provincial Secretary on his organizational report. Under gender-based violence, I would say that how can I put it, the assistance that we have received from the province was only once or twice, and that is very poor. We as the region can't do anything on our own. We need help and assistance from the province. On the other hand, political report. In by-elections, the PCT members come and they just come to show their face and then they run away again, which is highly inappropriate. It is so inappropriate. The DA, the ANC, the PA, those political parties, they canvass months before the day of voting comes. Yes, yesterday the PCT members come to Lammertsbaai. They are saying that we're going to lose. Yes, we're going to lose because there's no one, nowhere to be found. Where is our ground forces? Where is our parliament members? Where is the leadership of the EFF? Where are they? They are nowhere to be found. But when there's blame to shame, then the regions must take the blame to shame. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the last hand on the report. Now I am going to ask or check with the officials of the PCT if they want to respond in some of the questions or concerns that were raised, or should we park that for commissions? There was a question that was raised on the issue of labor desk cases or reports that was not reflected in the way that the fighter wanted. I think already the report had about 37 pages, and the cases that we receive at the labor desk, I don't even know how to explain. We have number of cases that we are receiving on a daily basis, so it was not conducive for us to detail those cases in this kind of a report. It means we're going to have about 100 pages. That is why we had to summarize the cases in the number of how many cases we have dealt with. We could not specify in terms of which case we received and what was the outcome of the case. We couldn't do that because it's a very long report. So on the labor desk, that is my response. And then on other issues, I think, Chairperson, you can come forward. And then on the issue of, there was also a question about matters of gender-based violence. If you guys have listened to the report that was presented to you by the Provincial Secretary, he has made mention that there was a handover of that of the gender-based desk to fighter Nowethu Ndleleni, who could not then be able to handle the work of the gender-based violence. So we had that vacuum in terms of the gender-based violence. But that is not an excuse. However, that is the reason why some of the cases could not be given an attention that it deserved. But we handled some of the cases at the regional level. PS, I think some of the questions you might want to respond. What report?
There's just two issues that I want to respond to, which was directed to the report. The first fighter that spoke about the disciplinary case, if you look at page 27 in terms of what was tabled in the report, we can't go out of the report because there's nothing mentioned in the report about the chairperson, and there is no case against the chairperson. So I'm just mentioning it as there's nothing on page 27 that is saying anything. I'm saying there's no case. I'm responding to you. There's a matter that you have raised outside of the report, but I'm also responding to you now. Then the matter about Cedric, about the by-elections, I agree with you. That's why I mentioned in the report, we need to do more, and our performance in terms of the elections, when it comes to by-elections, is not up to speed. So we need to come up with a new revised strategy in terms of getting everyone and a by-election unit and the by-elections manager and everything together and resources to do better in the by-elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. Now we are going to move on the adoption of the report by the PS. And I'm going to request two fighters to come forward or to speak at their respective seats. Can I have a hand of the mover of the report by the PS? Fighter 14 from West Coast. Can we have a mic? Oh, there's no mic. Fighter, you must raise, you must rise and you must introduce yourself and then you continue with the adoption of the report.
Mandla, staff of the EFF, we can't struggle like this with you around. We need you to revolve marks here. PCT members can't run like this around. And you are seated at the back.
I have introduced me, but I will do it again. I'm Fighter Chedrick Fortuin. I'm from Sub in Bergrivier, and I'm an RCT member in West Coast. How can I say?
With the
I
adoption.
move with that resolution. Thank you.
Okay. The fighter is moved with the adoption of the report by the PS, which is the organizational report. Now I want someone who's going to second the mover.
Greetings to the leadership again. Fighter Lamlam Shamane from Ward 36, Cape Metro. It's hard for me to move because my question has been not answered. No, leaders, listen. Tibuzi, the question were answered, but mine was not answered. Leadership, you cannot tell me that you had a handover when you were responsible and you were leading now which inter-based violence desk. You were responsible as a leadership at large. On those cases of LGBTQI, what have you done? I'm still asking because there are many cases. All of us here are aware of them because they have been there in TVs watching them. But the EFF has never been there. Even now when I was asking about the stacks, I never saw that. I was waiting for the response, but the response was like it was a handover. What does that mean? I'm not clear on that.
Thank you very much. Fighter, I think we appreciate your question and your aggression that your question should be answered. However, remember that this is an organizational report and we are now personalizing the matter to the deputy chair and the way it has been reported by the provincial secretary. We'll plead with you that you take further that question into commission, but desist from personalizing issues that comes from an organizational report because it is a report of the collective. Thank you very much. You can proceed, Program Director.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we have the second out to the mover? Fighter?
I'm Fighter Sam Kala, a RCT member of Cape Metro region. I move with the adoption of the report.
Second.
I seconded the adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Fighter Sam. Now we are going to have a quick reflection on the report of the Treasurer. If there's anyone who wants to make an input, there's two hands there. Fighter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Lemony. I'm the treasurer for Southern Cape. I just have one question. To approve of to look at what's been what's been mentioned there. We can't do that because we don't have a report to look at. We cannot adopt or we cannot look at anything if we don't have a report in front of us. So I will ask that we right now, we wait for a report, a real report where we can see what's been said, and then we go for it because I don't know what's been said. So I can't agree on anything because I don't know what happened there.
Thank you, Vita. There's a second hand that I saw.
Thank you very much, Mandibulise. Should I adopt, because we commission, lo, UPT that, commission, or should I firstly
let me clarify the
adopt, or should I?
No, let me clarify the issue. Currently, we are on the issue of reflecting on his report. So he has made his reflection. Are you rising up on that, or you want to adopt the report?
Adoption.
You want to adopt the report?
Yes.
Okay, so we only had one hand on the Treasury report. So, Treasurer, I don't know if you want to respond on the issue of documents that. Okay. Now we're moving quickly to the adoption of the Treasury report. He has already adopted. Please rise up and introduce yourself and then do the adoption. And then the second hand must then second the adoption.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Musambobosi, Drakenstein, Ward 9, Chairperson in good standing. I rise in terms to adopt the Treasury report. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand of Fighter Sia Yalo. He wants to, I assume you are going to second the report.
No, thanks, Deputy Chair. Unfortunately, Deputy Chair, there's no report here. We cannot even move it into commissions. So we stand here to reject with the contempt it deserves. It's 2 lines. It's not even a report, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Fighters. Those who attended the first and the second NPA will remember that a treasurer's report is a secret of the organization. It will never be distributed in any meeting, in any conference, in any people's assembly. It will be read. After reading it, you will have heard what is the content. Thereafter, plenary should decide to adopt it or to reject it. Ordinarily, it is adopted and referred to a commission. At the commission, the report will be made available or either through the rand and cents, if there was any. But after it is distributed in the commission, every person will be requested to write his name on top of that report. After the commission has completed its work, the report comes back. You will never go with it at home. The only report you'll take to your branch to report about this People's Assembly is the chairperson's address, political report, and the organizational report. Let us be patient with the program director on the issue of the treasurer's report. We have heard what the treasurer has told us. We have got no reason to disbelieve him. We will take the matters that are in that report to the commission and will reflect on those matters in the commissions. And when we come back tomorrow or so, we will, having reflected on them in the commission, discuss them in the plenary and take resolution around those. Accordingly, we cannot be held against, progressing with this PPA on the basis that we don't have a report. It is never distributed. Thank you, Program Director. Over to you.
Ngosi, Commissar Gigi, the next hand is someone who's seconding, who fighter, who moved with the adoption of the Treasury report. Can I have a hand? There's a hand there at the back. Paul, just move back. Thanks.
Enkosi, Deputy Chair. Igama lam nguZimkhitha Ntsele ndisuka kwa-Ward 94. Ndiya second adoption.
Thank you very much. Now we have come to the end of this session. Now I am going to hand over to the SG, Ozosinikeza Umkhombandlela, who's going to give us a directive from here. Please allow him to come. SG, you can come.
Amandla, Amandla, viva EFF, viva, viva EFF Western Cape, viva, viva EFF Western Cape, viva, kula EFF Western Cape, kula, Amandla. Thank you very much, fighters. You know, all of us, we've got the program. We have gone up to item 13, which is part of our program. But as I said earlier on, what brought us here, ukuthi sizosebenza. So umsebenzi continues. Umsebenzi continues. We are here to work, so the work is going to continue. So what's going to happen now? I'm going to take this opportunity on behalf of the Central Command Team, led by the President and the Commander-in-Chief, to say to the Chairperson and the entire PCT that was elected in 2018, firstly, let's take this opportunity to continue fighting up until you came back here to give a report. It has been the long 4 years. We never expected it to be easy, but you soldiered on when others, they failed along the way. We want to take that opportunity on behalf of the Central Command Team and say, indeed, your names will always be marked on the history of this revolutionary movement. It was not easy. No one promised you that it's going to be easy, but you had a commitment to do it. Mistakes were made. We accept. That's how we build this organization. And I must clarify the issue of the chairperson. On the fighter side, the chairperson has got a case. No, there was a case that was sent to us. As you know, that it's only the national DC that decides on the processes. So that process was taken and he was asked to respond, and he responded, and the DC felt that it did not warrant the merit of going forward with the case. So we don't want any one of them that we go with any suspicion that they've got a pending case. All the matters of the EFF, they get processed transparently. But we want to take this opportunity, PCT members, with your collective, as difficult as it was, with different conveners and the elections of 2019 and the elections of 2021 and everything else. We are here to rebuild this organization and to continue forward. Thank you very much for everything else. With the powers vested in me, I officially dissolve the Provincial Command Team of Western Cape Province. Thank you very much. Now, fighters, it's very early now. We have not started working. So we're going to work. That's why we said those that have got other businesses except EFF, because our business here is EFF. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take 30 minutes dinner break. We go to dinner exactly in 30 minutes. We come back here. We continue with the plenary session on the next item as we move forward. So we'll see each other in the next 30 minutes, which is going to be 20 to 2. Thank you very much.